Live 365. Need to get some shopping done but don't feel like dealing with the crowds? Visit mall.com, the world's premier internet shopping site with your favorite stores like Nordstrom, Target, Gap, and Best Buy, plus over 500 specialty stores all in one place. Plus, mall.com gives you free shipping, year-round sales events, and right now some great deals on all your back-to-school shopping needs. www.mall.com.
And understood. There are prayers that help us last through the day or endure the night. There are prayers of friends and strangers that give us strength for the journey. And there are prayers that yield our will to a will greater than our own. This world He created is of moral design. Grief and tragedy and hatred are only for a time. Goodness, remembrance, and love have no end. And the Lord of life holds all who die and all who mourn. It is said that adversity introduces us to ourselves. This is true of a nation as well. In this trial, we have been reminded, and the world has seen, that our fellow Americans are generous and kind, resourceful and brave. We see our national character in rescuers working past exhaustion, in long lines of blood donors, in thousands of citizens who have asked to work and serve in any way possible. And we have seen our national character in eloquent acts of sacrifice. Inside the World Trade Center, one man who could have saved himself stayed until the end at the side of his quadriplegic friend. A beloved priest died giving the last rites to a firefighter. Two office workers, finding a disabled stranger, carried her down 68 floors to safety. A group of men drove through the night from Dallas to Washington to bring skin grafts for burn victims. In these acts and many others, Americans showed a deep commitment to one another and an abiding love for our country. Today we feel what Franklin Roosevelt called the warm courage of national unity. This is a unity of every faith and every background. It has joined together political parties in both houses of Congress. It is evident in the services of prayer and candlelight vigils and American flags, which are displayed in pride and wave in defiance. Our unity is a kinship of grief and a steadfast resolve to prevail against our enemies. And this unity against terror is now extending across the world. America is a nation full of good fortune, with so much to be grateful for. But we are not spared from suffering. In every generation, the world has produced enemies of human freedom. They have attacked America because we are freedom's home and defender. And the commitment of our fathers is now the calling of our time. On this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, we ask Almighty God to watch over our nation and grant us patience and resolve in all that is to come. We pray that He will comfort and console those who now walk in sorrow. We thank Him for each life we now must mourn and the promise of a life to come. As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May He bless the souls of the departed. May He comfort our own. And may He always guide our country. God bless America.
President George W. Bush at the National Prayer Service. We're Ron and Fez on 102.7 WNEW.
877-692-1027. Today is a National Day of Prayer, Fez. And also, as it's getting dark over New York City, candles being lit all over the city.
Yeah, residents asked to come out at 7 o'clock with candles as a show of unity against the terrorism that caused the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
We'll open up the phone lines and take your calls tonight, 877-692-1027. We've got Billy Staples down in Union Square, Fez, where the one of the big candlelight vigils is going on. Hey, Billy, you're on the air. How you doing, pal?
Hey, Billy Staples.
Hi, guys. How are you tonight?
What's happening at Union Square?
Well, right now, I'm sitting here. I actually had to come into the dog park because you cannot even get into Union Square right now.
They made you go into a dog park.
Well, it was the only place I could go and stand on a table and still see what's going on here. From one end of Union Square to the other, it is just wall-to-wall people with candles, people with children, people, strollers, everyone's chanting with candles held high, American flags. As I'm looking up to the skyscrapers, there's candles in the windows over there. It's unbelievable. And the amazing thing is, as you're down here with all this emotion and humanity, as I look up, there's attack helicopters and fighters flying around.
How many
so you
people?
Like the best of both worlds down here.
Billy, how many people are in Union Square?
Ronnie, I couldn't even begin to. I'd say in the thousands. Okay.
It's packed, and everybody's got a candle.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm saying the thousands right now, as far as I could see.
I mean, is there speakers, or is it just people standing out with candles?
Well, right now there are some Tibetan monks in the front there doing some chanting, and everyone's like getting into that as much as some of us could. But there is no set itinerary. Everyone's just kind of here for each other with their candles going.
So it's not like just singing America the Beautiful or the national anthem.
No, not yet. Anyway, not yet. But like I said, as I'm standing there are more people just filing in. I don't know where the heck everyone's going to be. I'm looking out to the streets now on 15th Street. There's people all the way out onto 15th Street now just standing there with candles.
All right, there's Billy Staples at Union Square, Fez.
Yeah, but
one of the big gathering spots for this
huge candlelight vigil going on tonight across the entire city. Everyone asked to come outside holding candles with their neighbors.
Thank you very much, Billy.
All right, I'll check in with you guys later.
Okay.
All right, don't get burnt.
877-692-1027.
Broadcasting live from the dog park.
You know, he's so new to radio, and he's so happy and excited to be part of it.
And he wants to help so bad.
And he loves his city, and he loves his country. He put a huge flag in our window, and he's wearing an I Heart New York shirt wherever he goes.
Which is way too small for him.
And a baseball cap with NYC on it, also way too small.
Yeah, if you come by West 57th Street and you see the giant flag up in the window
that's our
above
office.
the Brooklyn Diner.
So we now get no sunlight.
Right.
Here's Andrea. Andrea, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing?
Hey, Andrea.
Hi.
Hi.
I miss you guys during the day.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two is I'm out here in the middle of Long Island. I'm sitting on my step. I'm listening to you guys. I got a candle burning. I don't see one other candle in my neighborhood. I'm disgusted with that part. But
what neighborhood do you live in?
I'm in Selden, Long Island.
Okay.
All right, everyone there, get your candles out.
No,
that's right. Tell them, get out there and support the country. I didn't vote for Bush, but I'm for Bush right now. And
I like when girls say that.
My brother-in-law is a paramedic in Manhattan. He's been going through hell. And I just want everybody to just keep supporting us. And you guys are doing a great job. I haven't heard you much, but
From what you hear, it's good, huh? All right, thanks, Sonny.
Love you guys.
All right, Bob, bye now.
Bye.
Thank you for the call, Andrea. We're here again tonight taking your phone calls.
877-692-1027. Here's Carl. Carl, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Carl.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's going on with you today, Carl?
All right, I just wanted to say something real quick. I was on top of my building where I work at Verizon, where cable splices out in Brooklyn, and I was out on top of my building in Brooklyn watching the first building on fire, where we watched the second plane come across like Staten Island, Brooklyn, South Manhattan, and we just stood there and we watched the plane and the second plane crash into the building. We remember this so clearly, and this afternoon I heard a plane going over our building again, and I just remembered how terrorized I was. But what I wanted to say was I want everybody to understand. These people have had this problem with us and many other cultures for probably since either, I'm not sure if it was 60,000 or 600,000 BC. These people have a severe spirit, and that when we retaliate, you can believe that's not going to be the last of the problem.
I think everybody knows that, my friend.
Okay, so basically what I wanted to say was that I want everybody to understand that we're going to have to be willing to do whatever it is to protect ourselves as well as make our point known overseas, because you have to understand this is not going to last just 6 months or one strike, but this is something that we may be looking for a long time to come.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Here's Jeff. Jeff, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Getting through it. Getting through a long week, Jeff.
Yeah, Billy had called me the other day, and he wanted to know if you guys, if I wanted to come on and talk to you.
Sure.
It's been rough for all of us, I'll tell you.
You're a cop?
Yeah. It wasn't easy. The first day, I'll never forget that sound. I don't know how these guys. I was about 6 blocks from it, down at headquarters, and the sound of that building coming down. It sounded to us like another plane coming in, and we thought they were coming after our building. And then we realized that once we didn't see that first tower, it was just, I'll never, ever forget that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be stuck with all of us for a long, long time.
Oh, yeah. And these guys are out there, 24/7, just, doing everything that they can. And the outpouring of support from the community, even if they can't get in there hands-on, they're out there with I've never seen so many people just come up and, what can we do? All right, we can't do this, so they go out to the store and spend whatever money they have on cold cuts, bread, water, you name it, they've been out there. It's incredible, absolutely incredible.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for everything the NYPD has done, too. It's been amazing, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, take care now.
All right.
All right, 877-692-1027.
Pretty much going to do tonight like we've done the entire week. Taking your phone calls. Seeing how you feel, how you felt about the president coming here today, about his speech at the National Prayer Service, and just how you're making it through your day.
Here's Nancy. Nancy, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Nancy.
Hi, I'm driving in from Brooklyn to go towards Pennsylvania. In Brooklyn, flags all over. In Staten Island, flags on every car, people honking, people being together. You go over the Bayonne Bridge in Jersey, are they in a different country? No flags. Route 17. One store, God bless the United States. One small candle vigil. I'm beginning to wonder, is Jersey separate from us? We're supposed to draw together as a nation. I want to see them getting the flags out there. Get the point across. We need to be strong.
It'll be interesting what's going to come on down in the next couple of weeks, because everybody's going to have to pull together for this one, Nance.
Well, like I said, I'm right now on the thruway. The only cars I see with even a little flag are New York. New Jersey, wake up. Join us. You're right across the water.
Thank you, Nancy.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye now.
That's Nancy calling us. She wants Jersey to start flying more flags.
Here's John. John, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, John.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, the most incredible thing. My friend and I were coming home from work on the train, Long Island Railroad out of Brooklyn, and she happened to look out the window, and she notices, there's a rainbow coming up on the South Shore of Long Island as we're coming home. And we looked at our watch, and I kid you not, I'm not making this up, it was just about 7 o'clock. And that has to be a sign.
Thank you very much, John.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
See you, pal.
Thanks for the call.
Here's Jason. Jason, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys, how are you doing?
We're hanging in there, buddy.
I'm a big fan of the show. I always call in, talk to you guys and whatever, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But I'm an Irish citizen, you know what I mean? I'm here in America for the past 2.5 years. I've been living here in New York, and I just want to say, today Ireland had National Day of Remembrance. They closed all their businesses, and everybody's lighting their candles and doing all that sort of stuff and things like that. It's a travesty, you know what I mean?
Jason, I heard they even closed the pubs in Ireland today.
They did, Ron.
That had to be a tough day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We all look to laugh and joke about it and say whatever, but they did. They actually, all the bars were closed. There's no business open whatsoever today in Ireland. And, it's just, there was Irish people lost in this as well, but, I've been here for 2.5 years in America, and, the American people are so strong, and, you're so patriotic, and, I've come to the American people that I know over here, I've come to consider as my family, and like I believe that we will get through this, and like whoever did this will be brought to justice, and like you know what I mean. That's just my general feeling about the whole thing. It's terrible, like it's unbelievable.
Jason, thanks a lot. Ireland, long been a good friend of the United States.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Jason,
Here's,
for getting that international perspective.
Here's Roger. Roger, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, guys. How you doing, Ron and Fez? Hey, I just wanted to give a big shout-out to all the people pulled over on the New York State Thruway going north, up out of the city in Rockland County, and up on Route 17 going through Orange County. There's a bunch of people pulled over right off the highway with candlelight vigils, and, man, it just blows my mind that they're doing that. That's so cool.
Thank you very much, Roger.
You guys are doing great. Thanks a lot.
See you later.
Thanks for the call, Roger.
So people all are out there with their candles all over the city tonight, Fuzzy.
They're moving out there. Roger's seen them along the expressway. And, of course, Billy Staples gave us a report from the big candle vigil going on in Union Square.
Here's Bruce. Bruce, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Bruce.
Yeah, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, buddy.
A couple things. First, I'm on Route 80 heading west, and there are people on the bridge over the highway that cross over Route 80. The kids pulled over on the side of the road. The candles lit and the flags are waving. And I can't help but think about some family members that are getting ready to go overseas. My godson Antonio was in the Marine Corps. Millie, Jeff and John are brothers. One's in the Marines and one is in the Navy. And they're young kids. And they're really fired up, you know.
Sure.
And I just want them to know that their uncle loves them, and I want them to come home safe. These kids are really pumped up. They're very upset about what happened. I'm 39 years old. I wish I could go and join the Marine Corps or something, do something to go over there and fight this evil. But my kids are going over. They're in their early 20s, and they're pumped up, and they're very proud of the United States. They're proud of their country, and just want them to know that their uncle loves them very much.
Thank you very much, Bruce.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you for sharing that, Bruce.
God bless your family, buddy.
Yeah, well, there's a fight coming. We don't know what it's going to entail.
877-692-1027. Here's Tara. Tara, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, Ron and Fez. How are you?
Oh, we're okay, baby. How are you?
I'm okay. I just wanted to call to let you know that this Sunday at 8:30 p.m. on Nickelodeon, we're going to be showing an episode of Nick News that is going to talk to kids on how to deal with this situation. And we have 10 kids on the show who were somehow affected very intimately by this tragedy. We have a 16-year-old fireman who's been down there since day one who's on the show. And I think that everybody who has kids should watch this, and even if you don't, because I've been working on this show for the past 2 days now, and it's just amazing. It has taught me a lot.
Let me ask you, what? This is on Nickelodeon, right?
Right.
And the day and time again?
It's this Sunday, which I believe is the 15th or 16th, and it's 8:30 p.m.
Sunday at 8:30 p.m. on Nickelodeon. What age kids is this aimed at?
Our audience is ages 8 through 13, but in this particular case, as long as they can, handle what's been on the news, we can say like a little bit younger and all the way up to 105, because I think everyone would benefit from watching this.
You work on the show, do you, Tara?
Yeah, I do. We had to go get kids throughout the city the days before, and it's been incredible to hear their opinion and how they're dealing with it.
How do you think they are dealing with it?
Well, I think a lot of them are scared, but they realize that, it's something that has happened, and the best thing to do is to show that we're not going to, cow away from this. We're really going to, do the best to make New York and the country whole again.
Who else are you going to have on the show besides the kids?
It's hosted by Linda Ellerby, and it's also going to have a child psychiatrist on the show who will speak to kids about how to deal with their feelings.
Sarah, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. You guys are doing a great job.
For kids, Nickelodeon, Sunday night at 8:30. Bye-bye now.
Thanks, bye.
That's one of the roughest things, Fezzi, to you know, what do you say to the kids? You can't say, okay, everything's going to be all right now.
Right, yeah. You want to assure them that they're safe. But after this week...
877-692-1027. I should point this out, Fezzy. A lot of people, and some feedback from Jersey, incredibly angry, saying our flags are out.
I think that woman's name was Nancy, and she was going through where? Bayonet? Is that what she said?
Here's shit that these people writing, hey, do you think no one from Jersey has been there? You know, was in that building where as much as no less a part of the city than Long Island. I wish people would recognize that. Of course we recognize that.
We do. It's just that Nancy said during her call that she wondered if they were even part of this country.
And then somebody wrote in, Ron asked Fezzy why he wants us to fly fags.
It's flags. We're flying flags.
That's from Joey Big Arms.
Thank you, Joey Big Arms.
You got to be careful the way you're saying a thing, though, Fez. Here's Bob. Bob, you're on Ron and Fez. How are you?
How you doing, guys?
Hey, we're hanging in there.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good job out there.
Thanks.
Just wanted to let the people in the town of Oyster Bay on Long Island know that the town with Salvation Army is having a supply drive next week. And they have 3 places where you can drop stuff off, and they have a list of stuff that they're asking for. They're asking for men's work pants, new pants, men's white socks, work gloves, dust masks, small hand containers of water or Gatorade, but no soda. They're also asking for wrapped candy, chewing gum, and a travel toothbrush and toothpaste kit. And they're asking for nothing else but just that. And the drive starts on Monday, September 17th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the places that they're collecting is Town Hall West on 74 Audrey Avenue in Oyster Bay. The Department of Public Works, their radio room at 150 Miller Place, Syosset, and Town Hall South in the lobby at 977 Hicksville Road, Massapequa. And it'd be appreciated if everybody around the town of Oyster Bay could donate and help out as best we can.
Bob, thanks for your update, buddy.
Okay, take care.
All right, see you later. 877-692-1027.
The home of Theodore Roosevelt, Oyster Bay.
Here is Louisa. Louisa, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Louisa. Louisa? Louisa's gone.
Here is Daryl. Daryl, you're on Ron and Fez.
Daryl.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, buddy?
Yeah, I was just calling to say, number one, I have seen lots of flags and everything, and there's a lot of people running out with candles and everything in New Jersey. So, you know, it's just maybe some people. But I wanted to make a point that, you know, I think this has shown that we shouldn't take our lives and our freedom for granted, because I think we do. And I think that we expect to wake up the next morning and we expect to have all these things. And I think we should actually, right now, I think this is a time that we should be spending time with our families and with the people that we love.
Okay. Anything else, Daryl?
Well, no, that's about it.
Okay, buddy.
Cool, Daryl.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Here's Tom. Tom, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Tom.
What's up, guys? Obviously love the show. Just want to say to all the people that aren't buying flags, in my neighborhood, what I've been doing is just go door to door, and if you see a house that doesn't have a flag, you just kindly suggest, hey, I live up the block, and, you know, we're all flying flags, and, you know, we don't see one out here, so, you know, just try to do it that way.
Well, you know, everybody's doing... See, those people that don't have a flag on the door, you don't know that they haven't gone down and donated blood or something.
Oh, you're right.
It's just that everybody's doing it a different way,
and,
you know, how it moves them.
I just want to say to my it's kind of weird, but my niece, her husband, he's 21 years old. They were just married, had their first kid. He's in the Marine Corps. He was away while they had their baby for a year, and he just came back, and they moved the Navy to the Marine base in Georgia, and he was just pulled up, and she hasn't seen him in days, and he spent a couple days with us up here during their child's christening, and it's so weird that, you know, when he was up at our house, I talked to him and tell him, you're lucky, you know, you'll be out of here in 2 years, you'll have 4 years by then in the Marine Corps, and you'll be able to get a really good job. And we were talking, never thinking that he'd actually be called to action. And, you know, my heart's with him, and I'm praying for him. I just want to say that. And thanks a lot, guys, for doing everything you do. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling in, Tom. 877-692-1027 is our toll-free phone number.
Fezzy, the instant feedbacks, I can't read them all on the air because of the FCC. But
sure.
Nancy is taking a lot of heat.
I believe that was her name.
Yeah. Here's the... I'll just read one of these. Would someone please tell Nancy that war is not a pep rally or her kids' birthday parties? There are a lot of people around here with heavy hearts, and she sounds a little too rah-rah.
And those are the nicer posts.
Well, yeah.
Coming in on the instant feedback.
Without using the C word, which has come up quite a bit. But anyway, Jersey wants to say they feel just as bad as anybody.
And yes, they do. That's for sure.
Here's Anthony. Anthony, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Anthony. You're on the air, buddy. Go ahead, Anthony.
Hey, what's up, Ron? What's up, Fez?
Hey.
Yo, I was driving past Hempstead Turnpike in Levittown about an hour or so ago. There was a school doing a drive just west of the Tri-County Mall on the north side of Hempstead Turnpike. They're doing a WTC relief thing, and I think it'd be cool, you know. I don't know if they're there now. They might be there tomorrow. But if you have if you're in Nassau and you're looking for a place to drop stuff off, you know, check that place out.
Thank you very much, Anthony.
All right, be good, guys.
All right, see ya. Our phones are open for that tonight too. If there's some kind of drive going on, give us a call 877-692-1027. By the way, I heard the mayor saying this today. Do not believe anybody if they call and say we are collecting money for the families or anything like that. He goes, just hang up the second anything like that pops up.
And he will go after them.
Here's Jennifer. Jennifer, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I just wanted to thank everyone at my job and everyone who my have a missing brother-in-law right now, and my sister's going through hell, and everyone's been supporting her and doing great, wonderful things, bringing cold cuts and everything to her, because they've been having all-night vigils, just hoping for that phone call. And I just wanted to thank you guys, because I've been listening to you every time I come home from work. And I wanted to thank everyone at my job for just letting me laugh.
Jennifer, God bless you, honey.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Take very good care, Jennifer.
Here is Patrick. Patrick, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Patrick.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Fez. How's it going, guys?
We're there, Patrick. What can we do for you?
I just want to bitch about that friggin' woman Nancy already.
All right,
you know?
well, that already happened.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, it's just that, you know, things are getting a little bit back to normal already, it seems like, with these people. They're already complaining about things. You know, just because she can't, you know, she's driving through an area where the streets aren't numbered, she may get lost. She's going to get a little annoyed.
Okay.
But, I mean, guys, kid from Jersey here, you know, we love New York. I mean, I can't believe I stood there and cried watching the skyline. You know, I heard it on the sports guys when the planes hit and we were working with phone guys. We got up on River Road and we were watching, you know, the buildings just in flames. And I still look at that cloud and I think, well, when that cloud clears, it's going to be, you know, the town's will be back, you know. I mean, we got a lot of friends and family and stuff that aren't back, and cops and firemen in there too, you know. We got, you know, we need to, you know, we all got flags. We all have our hearts. We all, you know, we're all Americans. We just stay together and not start complaining already.
I agree, Patrick. Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
All right. But, you know, maybe Nance was just a little wired and tired, and we're all, you know, we all hit different stages at different times, Fuzzy.
She's got a long drive to Pennsylvania and just happened to drive through a part of Jersey where she didn't see a flag and tried to take it out on the whole state.
Eric,
Hi,
you're
guys.
on
How
the
you
phone.
doing tonight? You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Doing a great job. You know what I just wanted to say? You know, I've heard a lot of things. I've heard a lot of angry people. I've heard a lot of passive people in the past couple of days. Nobody wants to go to war. Nobody wants to see anybody die. Nobody wants to hurt anybody. That's my opinion. You know, if you're a human being, you have compassion in your heart. But you know what? Let me tell you, I have 8 children. I go from 5 years old all the way up to 20 years old. I'm married a second time. And my daughter, she turned around and you try to keep her away from the TV. And I found myself actually, you know, enraged on the day this happened by trying to keep her away. And when I finally called her over and sat her down and she watched this, to look at the expression on my daughter's face, she just looked at me and she said, "What happened to those people?" And I said, "Well, they died." And she said, "Well, who killed them?" And I tried to explain it to her, and she looked at me with a childlike expression and just said, "Why?" I couldn't answer that question. I couldn't tell her why, because I don't have an answer. Why? And it's like, what gets me enraged, guys, is the fact that these people that did this took away my daughter's childhood. She can't have that happy, free, you know what I'm saying? It's like, It's just not the same, and it's never going to be the same. I can't explain why, and I want to be able to tell her why. I can't do it.
And with the little kids, it's like you have to tell them bad men did this, because we don't know who did it.
Well, I don't know what to tell them either. There's the show on Sunday night, Nickelodeon at 8:30. Maybe give it a try with your daughter, and they said they have a child psychologist on there, and maybe anything will help. I know for me that's the most difficult thing, thinking about these kids. When I think, what?
All you could say is that like I came out of the service. I did a lot of time. I was a combat medic with the Marine Corps, and I've seen a lot, believe me. And I was also with EMS in the city back in the early '80s. And it's just like, it's time for us as Americans to get together and just say, you know what? We have to stop this, if not for anything else, but for our children. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they say, these kids over there cheering and getting candy, and they're 5 years old and 10 years old. I hate to say it, but these are children that are going to grow up and do it to our children. And someone along the line, even the president, has got to stand up one day and say, that's enough. It's just, we can't allow it to go on anymore. It's got to stop. We have to show people what we are. And you know what? I've never seen more of an outpouring of Americans in the entire 40 years that I've been on this planet. It's inspiring to drive down the road and see flags and candles. Even today, driving, people actually let me in and waved. Like, God bless you. And it's like, you talk to people on the street. This is America. This is what it should be.
I felt that myself, and we'll see how it holds up. And the president has said that no more, that's enough, and we're still waiting to see what he's going to do next, though.
Well, God bless you both. You're doing a great job. I listen to you every night, and I look forward to getting to the car to turn you guys on. You guys are great.
Eric, best of luck with your kids, too, and maybe that Nickelodeon show will help, because I don't know what to say to the little kids myself.
You know what? Every time a parent just turns around and I got that in my head. It's just that look. It's just why. Even as an adult, I'm going to watch the show because you know what? I want to know why, too.
Thank you very much, my friend.
I got to know why, too. Why?
Thank you.
There you go, Eric. Yeah, that's Nickelodeon at 8:30 on Sunday night.
Here's Dave. Dave, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, Dave. Your phone's cutting in and out a little bit, Dave. Are you there?
Fez?
Go ahead, pal.
We lost him.
Yeah, we lost that phone.
Sorry about that. He was a detective with the NYPD.
Call back, Dave, if you can.
Here's Rob. Rob, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Rob.
How you doing?
Buddy.
So you guys mentioned about, various drives and all that, but I just want to let you know that all you have to do is call the Red Cross with donations.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And all you have to do is give your credit card, and they'll take, $5, $10 if that's all you can afford.
You can,
and I think that, by now, the bleed for blood is obviously going to be lessened. And if you don't want to drive up to New York and bring donations, you can do it from the comfort of your own home.
Great. Thanks, Rob. Good idea. Also, you can call the Salvation Army, same situation. And it's probably the best way to do things that are already big and established rather than starting your own drive and trying to drive it into the city and all that.
And donate to what's already been organized and is already in there adding relief. That Salvation Army number, 1-800-725-2769.
Here's Jason. Jason, you're on Ron and Fez.
How you doing, Ron and Fez?
Buddy.
Go ahead,
Hello.
Jason.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on.
How you doing?
Good,
I work in Stamford, Connecticut. And, it's about 30 miles outside the city. I'm driving home on I-95 tonight. And, my regular drive home, obviously I'm listening to you. So, anyways, there are lots of little school children. Every single bridge that I have gone under, there are school children with candles and American flags, and everyone on the highway is honking like crazy at them.
Yeah.
And it's touching to me to see all that outpouring of almost, just unknown friendship between Americans.
Candlelight vigils going on all over tonight. Thank you very much, my friend.
Also, wait, I have a spy report.
Go ahead.
All right.
Okay, here it is. I heard on a local, on another radio station this morning that actor Steve Buscemi used to be a fireman in New York City, and now he is volunteering his time at the towers, being a regular fireman doing his thing.
Is that right?
This is a big actor. I just think that's absolutely beautiful that someone in that position can take his time out, and no matter what movie he's in next, I will go see it.
Well, there's a lot of guys out there who aren't actors as well, too. Thanks a lot. A lot of heroes out there tonight. Here's Craig. Craig, you're on Ron and Fez. Hey, Craig.
You there?
Yeah, buddy, we're here.
Yep. Okay, yeah, long-time listeners. Actually, I talked to you guys the first night you were here when you were .com.
Oh, thanks.
Anyway, not to yell at anybody else, but I'm from Jersey. Car salesman in Jersey, and this whole thing has taught me that I have like a really meaningless job. But other than that, we have, as you know, if you go buy a car lot, they have all the antenna flags on the cars, everything like that.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's amazing the stories we're hearing. People come in and say, "Hey, can I buy one of those flags?" And we're like, "No, just take one." You know, had a young guy yesterday. He's like, "Guys, can I get one of those flags?" We're like, "Yeah." Even how was like, "Yeah, my brother, he's a fireman in New York. I haven't heard from him like 40." The guy breaks down in tears. And then you got like 3 hardened car salesmen around him, like tearing up listening to these stories. It's just unbelievable. Tuesday night, me and a couple of guys went down to Nutley to see the skyline. Unreal. But the wacky thing, I'll make this as quick as I can because that's what I was told. Had a customer, called her up. Obviously, we're dead. Nobody's buying cars right now.
Uh-huh.
Had a customer, call her up, say, "Hey, you guys were interested in that van. They're from Pennsylvania." She's like, "Well, you know, we're born-again Christians, and one of our guys prophesied that the economy is going to die, so we're not going to buy anything right now." And I was like, "Well, you know, I respect your religion." I said, "But you know what? That's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if everybody quits buying, everybody stops doing business, you know what? The economy will die." And it's just unbelievable the things that people are pulling out of this.
Well, that was just one person, but I agree with you 100%. Is that we got to go on like we were before. Thanks, Craig. Hey, we got Billy down at the candlelight vigil right now, Fezzy.
I believe he's in Union Square.
He is in Union Square. Hey, Billy, you're on the air with Ron.
Hey, guys, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a courtyard right now with a trumpeter right now playing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Everyone is singing along. I don't know if you can hear it too well on the radio, on the telephone. But anybody who's in the area, I get down here. This is something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, to be honest with you. It's amazing.
And how many people do you think's down there right now, Billy Staples?
It has grown probably by double since the last time I was here.
Has it spilled out over Union Square?
Union Square is filled. It's actually out into the streets as far as I can see. I am standing right now in the center of Union Square in the courtyard by the big American flag. And my press credentials got me in here. Hoo-hoo. And everywhere I see is just candlelights and people singing. And there's one trumpeter, a lone trumpeter, standing in the middle of the courtyard playing Amazing Grace, America the Beautiful. It's something it's just, you got to see this. I wish this was TV.
Any idea how much longer this will be going on?
This is going to go on more than way past 8 o'clock. I'll tell you right now, this is going to be going on all night.
So, Billy, this vigil is, nobody's in charge of it, right? They're just doing this all on their own?
Everyone is just doing anything.
No one's leading people to sing?
Are there speeches going on?
Yeah, there was a girl reading a poem in one corner. I was talking to her before a little bit. There are just people who all gathered in groups. Some are sitting and praying. Others just huddled together. Some are singing songs. Others are following what the trumpeter here is playing. Everyone's just doing their own thing. People are hugging and swaying. There are pictures of the missing people hung up on a makeshift little memorial wall here with the missing people still from the blast. As far as I can see, I don't see any open space from the middle of Union Square here. I just wish anybody who's around here, like I said before, there are candles in every window I see.
What are they singing now, Billy?
America the Beautiful.
Why don't you just hold the phone out so we can hear them a little bit?
No problem. I'll hold it up right now. With brotherhood, from sea to shining sea. So that was
there they are in Union.
That was just totally impromptu.
Yeah.
I mean, no one's leading these people. Song is breaking out all around me. Different patriotic songs, religious, whatever.
And that's candlelight vigils, which are actually taking place all over today, Fezzy.
Yeah, all over the country, really.
The president,
about 7.
The president calls for a day of prayer. which he said would be the today we're on our knees, and then tomorrow we get up.
Yeah.
And go looking.
The president also came to New York City today, toured the wreckage, was out there. Really neat scene where one of the relief workers yelled, "I can't hear you."
Yeah. I think we have, do we have that tape somewhere? Do we already have that tape from him?
President Bush touring the wreckage?
We'll play that a little later on. Hey,
cool.
Fezzy, from the Hard Rock Cafe, we got Johnny Hard Rocks, who's been doing a great job getting food downtown to all the guys at Ground Zero. Johnny Hard Rocks, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, boys, and I just want to know how Fezzy feels about what the president said about, after tonight you have to get off your knees.
Yeah, that's a rough night.
I'm ready to get up, Johnny.
Finally, it's his turn. Now he's like a
this.
Yeah.
You guys are making me laugh tonight, and I really need it.
Thanks, man.
I think we hit 7,000 or 8,000 sandwiches today.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. We had 2 buses, again, from Gray Line. They provided buses. And we took food everywhere. The Javits Center, Chelsea Piers, which is where... Javits Center is the Salvation Army, and the Chelsea Piers down on 17th on the West Side Highway is where the Red Cross is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
We hit both of those. And then the sheriff's departments escorted us, two sheriff's cars. I was at Ground Zero handing out sandwiches to firemen and thanking them. And they said the same thing you guys keep saying. They kept thanking us, and it's you guys and those guys who need to be thanked. And I've never seen such total destruction and chaos, and it was horrible. But, we're going to pull through it, and we're going to keep doing what we can do. And, you guys, everybody at that station has been such a help to us. And today, at one point, we actually had to call it off and stop the people. We had probably 250 volunteers there. We couldn't keep up. We had all the sandwiches made. We filled up a large truck, like a 16-foot box truck, 3/4 of the way with clothing today that we dropped off at different spots. And we made 4 bus runs everywhere around the city. We went to an elderly shelter downtown where some of the elderly who have lost their homes and have to move out were staying. And we're just hitting everywhere. Tomorrow we're starting again at 8 a.m. If anyone wants to volunteer, if anyone wants to bring anything down, you heard the list before that the things are really starting to need now are those protein bars, coffee, sugar. I think you got the work gloves, things like that is what they're starting to need now. The food, from what I've seen, isn't not as much needed at this point, but of course that's going to come in waves.
Sure.
When they need it and when they don't. The support that, last night after I got off the phone with you guys, the phones at the Hard Rock just lit up with people calling to find out what they can do. And people who were there today were saying they heard us on, your guys' show, other shows. And so, we're just trying to do, again, what we can do. And I can't thank you guys and WNEW enough. And we're going to do it tomorrow. We're going to do it Sunday. And we're having a meeting tomorrow, actually, of all of our, staff. And we're going to decide how long we're going to continue it.
All right, give everybody your number again, Johnny, because everybody's looking to see how they can help this weekend.
It's 212-489-6565. And we're at 221 West 57th Street. And we're going to be there, like I said, at 8 o'clock, ready to get going. And whatever anyone wants to come down and do, we'll do it. And as far as not having flags in Jersey, there's quite a few of them.
I'm sure there are.
And I'm in Jersey. I don't have a flag, but I'm trying to do what I can.
Hey, and it's you're looking for stuff like power bars and work gloves.
We're looking for anything.
Coffee.
Yep. And of course, we'll still need another guy came by today with I think 1,000 pounds of roast beef, which obviously the average person on the street doesn't have 1,000 pounds of roast beef, but.
Sure.
But this guy did, and he brought it. So if anything people need, we had a guy who heard through you guys with, I think, Freehoff Bakery, stopped by with a full, I can't even tell you how many loaves. I've never seen this much bread in my life in one truck.
That's terrific, man.
A full truck full of bread. So, I mean, it was, and then we owe what we're doing to you guys. And, you know, we appreciate it, and, you know, we're just trying to get that out there and do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Johnny, and
Thanks,
stay in
guys.
touch with us. Let us know how long this is going on.
We will.
We'll keep promoting it until. Thanks so much. That's the Hard Rock Cafe on 57th Street. Here's the phone number. If you're free this weekend, they're always looking for volunteers. People want to know what they can do. Well, normally right now you just have the professional expert people down at Ground Zero doing this digging.
Yeah.
So any way to support them and feed them on the back lines where it's very, very important. Here's the phone number. Write it down. 212-489-6565.
The Hard Rock Cafe on West 57th Street between 7th and Broadway. They're going to start it up again tomorrow at 8 a.m.
And if you felt this thing depress you and hurt you, and so many people say to me all the time, too, I feel so helpless, I feel defenseless. Here's a way of being a little proactive. Give them a call, 212-489-6565, because by helping other people, it actually makes you feel better yourself. Here's Jennifer. Jennifer, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. What can we do for you tonight, sweetie?
Well, I'm from Jersey, and I left work today, and I was gone for about 2 hours, and I took $300 of my own money. I bought water, and I bought Gatorade, and I bought dog food for the dogs, and I bought socks and granola bars and all these different things, 4 baskets full. And I dropped it off at the town that I work in. They had a big drive. And let me tell you, every town around us was doing the same thing. The same thing. So, I mean, I don't want to yell at the woman. I mean, you know, she obviously has her views. But I would have to say that people in Jersey, I mean, my boss came in crying the day it happened.
Yeah, of course. We know that, and, you know, honey, as a matter of course, Jersey's affected, and even Hawaii's affected, Alaska. Right. Anybody, you know, we're finding out from friends of ours that are saying people in Europe are shaking, people in Canada, Mexico.
Absolutely.
So it's much more universal than we understand right here.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye-bye. If
Nancy hurt some feelings tonight, Ronnie.
Yeah, well, you know, people also probably need her to vent on a little bit. Here's Paul. Paul, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Paul.
Guys.
Yeah.
How you doing, guys? I love the show.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I'm a 22-year-old college student. I don't have much money, but I wanted to help, so I went to the local dollar store by my house. I spent $50. I got so many pairs of socks and underwear.
Yeah.
And, you know, every dollar store has that stuff. I just, you know, I don't know, there's not much I could say. But I also wanted to say, I don't know if you guys read the New York Post today, but there was a cartoon in it.
I saw that. Yeah, guy.
The caption was the new Twin Towers.
The what?
The new Twin Towers.
The new Twin Towers.
It was a picture of a cop and a firefighter standing over the city.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I just thought it was great.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it, Paul.
Okay, bye.
877-692-1027. Here's Sean. Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, man.
What can we do for you tonight, Sean?
No, you know, since it happened, you've been glued to the set. I guess I have. You know, everybody has. And last night I heard this report, and they interviewed the instructor that taught those 2 idiots down in Florida how to fly.
Yeah.
And he said he was sitting there with the reporter, and he was like, oh, now that I think back, they never really wanted to know how to take off or land. I'm like, that's not a red flag. I mean, give me a break, you know? It just annoyed me to hear him say that.
I think that all those flight schools are going to be looked at, because apparently all they do is train people from other countries, and I guess they do it in Florida because the weather's pretty good, and you can get out over the ocean where... But I lived near one of those flight schools before, and I hated it. I hated the thought of just these idiots, no matter who they are, flying over my house in some little Piper Cub.
The apartment that I had in Florida, there was a couple of knuckleheads that lived below me, a couple of party guys, and they actually attended one of those schools. And the thought of those 2 airheads up in the sky above me was unsettling.
Do we really need guys flying around for fun at any time?
No.
I think the only reason why they let them do it is, like, if you showed up with $1,600 cash, I guess they let you fly.
Sure, of course they will.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you don't even have to have a driver's license to go to this school.
But, I mean, they even, like, you know, if that's a red flag, if there ever was one, when you show up, and I'm not stereotyping anybody, but if somebody says, no, we're not really particular on how to take off or land, hello, you know?
Well, you know, at this time, did anybody ever think of this story before it happened? No one ever did.
No.
You know, not that I'm saying the guy was right or the school's right, but nobody saw this one coming.
No,
And,
you just got to take care of things now, that's all.
Yeah, I understand. There's, you know, a price for freedom. We saw it the other day. You're never going to be totally safe no matter what you do. And, you know, it's just like people want to keep their kids totally safe. Anything can happen in this world, whether it's accidents, whether it's bad people. So you're never totally safe, and it doesn't mean it's somebody's fault that we have to turn around and start blaming each other, whether it's the airlines or whoever. But we are going to have to do the tighten up.
Yep.
Like Archie Bell and Archie Drell and the Bells. Who was it? Archie Bell and the Drells? We're doing the tighten up. All right, thanks a lot, Sean.
All right, take care, man.
Sit.
Yeah, all those flight schools are going to be looked at over and over again.
Gene, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Gene.
Hi. I work for a small investment company, and one thing that really hit me this week is how the investment community has really pulled together in the wake of this disaster, because they were just rocked to the core. And I know that, you know, it's not about money, it's about people, but another victory for these, you know, bastards would be if our businesses crumbled and people who have lost literally hundreds of their coworkers are working double and triple overtime around the clock to try and keep their businesses stable and keep the investments which so much of our country is built on alive. And it really hit me hard how hard these people are working under such horrible conditions of mourning and sorrow. So I just wanted to share that.
I agree with you 100%, Gene. Of course, now is not quite the time before we're going to get into this. But I think once we get up and running again, Fez, rebuilding in every single way, investing back into our own country is going to become incredibly important. And living our life, you know, people are still going to need to do the things that they did before, whether it's restaurants or going to films or whatever. We can't not live the life that we were enjoying before this happened.
Or else the terrorists win.
Here's Alyssa. Alyssa, you're on Manifest.
Alyssa. Hey, Alyssa.
Hi, how are you? I just want to thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job.
Please.
And I want to let you know that my brother-in-law, Joe, was in there. He was on the 40-something floor. I never even asked him after that. We actually found out, he made it out of there, thank God, but we actually found out because they called us from Spain. His parents were there, and they're 6 hours ahead, so they were up and about and called my sister, and we watched the whole thing, and my nephew was home from school. He had a stomach virus, watched the whole thing. My twin nephews could watch the Twin Towers. They saw the whole thing fall from school.
Yeah.
And I got a call from Spain because they've been interviewing my brother-in-law, and they called to interview him, and they said this one particular guy had said, "We just want you to know that we're behind you 100% and that we're ready to go and fight." And I thanked him, and he also said that not just them, but all of Europe, they're very upset and that they're ready. So I just want to let you guys know that there's so much support just from there, from Europe. They have so many people here, and, we need to thank them, too.
Well, we will see whether we're going to be thanking them or not. We surely hope so, but this will not be, we're not looking for get-well cards. We're looking for a real commitment, commitment from a lot of these people.
They're ready to fly out and fight. That's what he told me. They're ready. They're ready. They're ready.
All right. Well, we hope so, honey.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Bye.
877-692-1027.
And so far from what we've heard from the president, a lot of these countries are falling in line right with us against terrorism. Hopefully, they will be able to depend on them all the way.
But it is going to be a long commitment this time, Fez. Right. It's not going to be the 100-day war or anything like that. It's a little frightening. And I just hope they stick with us. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Ron and Fez. I'd like to quickly, first and foremost, thank WNEW for just the fact that for actually taking some responsibility and actually showing some leadership and some compassion among the industry. And I think there are a lot of people that really appreciate that. The second thing I'd like to say is that I've heard a lot of people comment over the last couple of days about, what do I tell my children? How do I deal with them? And I'm 25 years old. I have no children. But I want to caution these people, do not cover this up from your children, because they need to understand that unfortunately this is something that is out there in the world. And folks, the one thing that I don't think a lot of Americans understand, that it's been going on all the time we've been here sleeping. And we need to be able to recognize that in the future. And I hope that these parents are letting their children talking with them about this, because they rest assured that in those countries, you're seeing the photos. They're teaching their kids very young. And we have to combat that. We have to combat that with allowing our children to know the truth, and obviously there's a different way to explain something to someone my age as there is to a 5-year-old, but the truth is still the same.
Well, one of the great things about being an American is that we let each parent raise their kid the way they want and talk to them the way they want. So I wouldn't guess on, I guess each kid is different. Some kids at age 7 are pretty mature. Other kids at age 7 are very immature. So it's up to each parent to know their own kids. By the way, though, we got this word that Nickelodeon is running a show Sunday night at 8:30. That's going to be all about this, and actually have a bunch of New York kids that whose lives have been affected by what happened. So hopefully that'll help a little bit. Thank you, Sean.
That'll be there on Nickelodeon for any of the parents who feel it's appropriate.
Here is Dan. Dan, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Dan. Dan?
From Hillsdale, New Jersey.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing? Westwood Elks is acting as a drop-off zone. We already have one truckload of supplies scheduled to be dropped off on Sunday. We already contacted them. We had to go back and get a bigger truck. But it's what anybody in the area, Westwood, the surrounding areas, Westwood Elks will be open. We'll take anything we can get. We already got one truckload that's going to leave Sunday. That truck's going to be 98% full now. We had to go get a bigger one. So I just want to let everybody know if anything they can do. We're trying to get stuff in there. Anything you can drop off would be great.
Those are the problems we like to hear about, that the truck's too full.
877-692-1027. Here's George. George, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, George.
Man, all this stuff you've heard about America not wanting to fight, wanting to stay out of the war, there's a lot of horse down. Americans traditionally love to fight. All real Americans love the sting of battle. When you were kids, you all admired the champion marble shooter, fastest runner, big league ball players, the toughest boxer. Americans love a winner and will not tolerate a loser. Americans play to win all the time. I wouldn't give a hoot in hell for a man who lost and laughed. That's why Americans have never lost and will never lose a war. Because the very thought of losing is hateful to Americans.
A little bit of Patton for us, Fuzzy. A guy calls in and plays Patton. Here is Jay. Jay, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing and everything.
All we're doing
really means a lot. I've been dealing a lot with my girlfriend and everything. She's been crying.
Yeah.
She lost somebody. It's been, really crazy when it's really driving me nuts and everything. All I ever hear is her talking, and I'm at work, and all I ever do is listen to the radio about this.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys, and you guys are awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much, my friend. I hope over the next few days that we all start to feel a little bit more normal. For me personally, Fez, I don't know why, but the president today, I was crazy about him. I loved the speech at the church. I loved him out there. I don't know, I just felt better having the guy come into New York, start banging around with the firemen and the cops.
Climbing up on the wreckage of that destroyed fire truck.
I mean, it's not that he did anything, or you know what I mean? He just was there. He was kind of clever. He was kind of witty, and maybe over the next couple of days we'll start to feel a little stronger again. I mean, to me it felt good just knowing that he's worried.
What was nice is just, how appreciative the rescue workers were. It looks like they really, really needed that visit, and I hope it uplifted them.
Bob, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, how are you guys? I just want to say one thing. I thought I could do something to help with donations, and someone yesterday on the radio said that they needed food for animals. And I didn't even really think about it, but I guess there are plenty of them who are displaced too. And the second thing I wanted to mention is that I want to thank my dad for the wonderful call he gave me the other day, when I was talking to him, and how he told me, he said, son, don't watch too much of that stuff on TV. He said, this is a great country. He's a veteran, and he said, good will come out of this, or as bad as it looks. And he said he lived through it. Like I said, he's a World War II vet, and I just want to thank him for all those World War IIers and the ones before them for giving us what we got.
Thank you, Bob.
In a nutshell.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Bob. On the show.
All right, that's it. There have been times that I've watched too much TV myself, man.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I noticed, like, this afternoon when I couldn't take the on-the-scene reporters anymore. Yeah. They were really starting to get to me and frustrate me and annoy me. So I think that's the point probably where it's good to just turn it off and walk away from it for at least, some amount of time.
A lot of them, I don't know if they pay attention. You'll see them going like, they'll be with the president's press secretary. What time is he landing in New York and where? And they're like, we're not giving out any information
right, yeah.
about the president. And they'll be like, we bombing Afghanistan? I can't give out that information.
You sure? We're going to bomb Afghanistan? What are we going to do? Who are we going to bomb?
Steve, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Steve.
Hey, Fez. Hey, Ron.
Buddy.
I'm brand new to New York. I got here in July.
Where are you from?
D.C. Always wanted to live here.
Mm-hmm.
And I had hoped that the first time I called you, I would just be able to give out my big-ass card number, say something stupid, and get off.
Right. God, I miss those days.
Yeah. As far as your performance, I have to commend you, but not for quite the same thing everybody else is commending you for. I've heard other people on the radio who are not exactly kind to Arabs living in this country, other people living in this country. For instance, I had a guy drive me home the other night. He was Palestinian. He's scared out of his mind. And I know there's no Annie DeFranco music for people who feel that way, but you told them the right thing, and that's, we can't, people who want to be Americans or citizens or people who are citizens, we can't be treating them that way.
Right.
We just can't. But I watched the second tower go down from the 47th floor of a Midtown building, and, I didn't know what to do. I went and bought stuff, dropped some at the Hard Rock, I've been here a month and a half. I guess I'm living up near where you are, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
But, they're never getting me out of here. Never.
That's the only thing. Yeah, that's all we can do, man.
I love it. And Ron?
Yeah.
As far as, what they said about, keeping busy and keeping your routines and spending a little money.
Yeah.
I'm going out to a restaurant tonight. I'm going to get me a big steak.
Get a big-ass steak.
There you go. American beef, baby.
You know, I guarantee you this. You'll be eating better than anybody in Afghanistan. Woo! Thanks, my friend.
Take care, you too.
See ya. That's my way of combating this, Fez.
Now I'm starving.
This is surf and turf.
Nice.
Here's, let's go back to Billy. He's at the Candlelight Vigil in Union Square.
Billy Staples standing by at the Candle Vigil.
Hey, Billy, how are you?
Hey, Ron. Hey, Fez. How's everything going over there, all right?
What can we do for you?
About the same.
I have found my way to the top of a Caterpillar bulldozer here. I'm standing on top of a Caterpillar right by the Virgin Megastore, overlooking the whole area up here now.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. And the main theme down here is not revenge. Everyone holding a sign is war is not the answer. New York City wants justice, not revenge. Arabs are not our enemy. Will war heal our wounds? No. It's a message of peace down here, not revenge, not fighting, not anything, but just a message of peace. And,
so they turn you, are you a peacenik now, Billy?
Yeah.
It ought to be a message of get that guy off the bulldozer.
Well, I'm not alone, to be honest with you. I'm standing, I'm about 15 feet off the ground here.
So what you're saying, this candlelight thing is more of a peace rally than anything about the what happened when they bombed the towers.
Exactly. I did not see anything here regarding, let's, screw Afghanistan, nothing like that. It's to break the cycle of violence. It's time for reflection, not revenge. Let not hatred be hatred. I'm just reading some of the signs that are around me as I look out over this huge crowd. The police have already cordoned off 14th Street here because the crowd is going past the Virgin Megastore all the way up to Broadway.
Give us some estimates. What are we talking about? Not everybody knows the Virgin Megastore to Broadway.
Right.
Okay. I'm just saying, put it this way, Union Square is one whole city block around. It is filled. So I'm guessing 10 to 20,000 people down here right now.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, guy. Bye.
That's it.
That's Billy Staples. He's at Union Square for the candlelight vigil that broke out there.
How long is he staying now?
Any idea?
How many of these reports we get? He's so funny. He left here a hawk with his American flags and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's all a peace.
Right, yeah.
He's so funny.
He is the hawk and the dove.
All right, Al writes, as long as we keep putting him on, he'll be there forever. So funny.
Right now, someone's saying, hey, Tubby, get off my bulldozer.
He's like John Candy in that movie where the Chinese took him.
Oh.
What the hell was that? Like he was... I'm trying to think of it. I'll think of it in a second, Fez. Hey, Fiona, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, you guys. How you doing?
Hi, baby.
You guys all have been doing so much for everybody this week, in New Yorkers and people in New Jersey and all. And I just want to say, people were sort of critical of George Bush in the beginning of the week. He wasn't showing emotion, whatever. And the poor guy, he's not a good public speaker, and who wants to be in that kind of position? And I think we really saw a little glimmer of him today.
Yeah.
When he was on that bullhorn and he ad-libbed and he said, and the people that knocked down this building will hear all of us soon. And all those firemen and the iron workers and everything. I mean, my heart just breaks every time I see them all. I want to go down there and just give them all a big hug. But you guys have all been helping us a lot, so thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, honey. Hey, do we have that tape of his speech earlier today?
President Bush touring the wreckage at Ground Zero. What's that, Hawk?
When he says if about hearing the people in America.
Right.
Yeah, we have a clip of
All
that.
right, we'll play that a little later on. And I don't know how it'll come out over the radio because it's through a bullhorn.
Right, and it was a little cloudy audio, just live on TV.
Hey, Alexis, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Alexis.
What's up, Ron? What's up, Fez?
Alexis?
I just, I don't know what to say. It's, people come, people go. It ain't that simple, you hear people on TV saying, I lost my wife, I lost my sister, I lost my husband, all this. It's heartbreaking. I just want to say, New York is New York. Whether we're missing 2 buildings, 5 buildings, 88 buildings, 453 buildings, New York is going to be New York. I'm not afraid to go back. You're not afraid to go back.
No.
Fez ain't afraid to go back.
No, sir.
New York is New York, and whether our football teams play here or not, whether our radio stations for here are broadcast from New York or not, whether people are here or not, New York is going to be New York. I'm from Jersey, all right? But I love New York in my heart. I was born in this country, but by blood I'm not American. I'm Cuban, and I'm a Democrat. How effed up am I?
Right.
I'm not even allowed in my own house come voting time. But you know what? I bleed red, white, and blue. I'm telling you right now, I feel more in touch with any American out there than anything. And I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're a towelhead, whatever the hell you are. I'm not going to kick anybody's, ace or whatever. I'm just saying, whoever did it, the person, people, group, whatever. I mean, it's over. Your lives are over because you don't rip apart the center of humanity. You don't rip apart the center of commerce. You just don't do that to human beings, and you don't do that to New York.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
You may be able to do it in Kansas, but not in New York, baby.
All right, thanks a lot. It will be...
Let's leave Kansas alone, too.
New York forever, my friend. One thing about New York, Fezzy, is the city changes all the time. When you go to, like, Philadelphia, for instance, they have their historical part of town. New York is so busy changing that we don't do stuff like that. We don't just preserve different parts of town because people used to live there at one time. What used to be, meat packing plant, there's now, a hotel there.
Right.
And the city changes all the time, so it's never looked the same. The skyline has always changed. We're going to build it back up, make it bigger than ever. Personally, for me, the best memorial to those people, especially the traders, would be to build another building and put more traders in there and make it a living memorial. Make, the stuff that they were doing with their life live on. Here's Tom. Tom, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Tom, what can we do for you tonight?
How you doing, guys? I'm a New York City detective, and I've heard today a lot of the volunteers want to thank the police and the firemen for doing such a great job, and I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to all the volunteers out there because, believe me, I have to be there. It's my job, and to get a sandwich or a cup of coffee and a dry pair of socks on a day like today, really, really appreciate it.
Have you noticed the way people are feeling about the police changed dramatically since Tuesday?
Definitely, not a doubt. That people are much friendlier and compassionate, and it seems to unify the whole country at this time.
Yeah, it really has, and people are, very impressed with the mayor. The mayor has been going at it. The police department, firemen, so many of those union guys. There's been amazing things happen since Tuesday.
It's neat to see the people waving to the cops and the fire rescue people and all the workers that are heading down there. A lot of those union guys that are down at the wreckage, those are pretty thankless jobs day in and day out. So it's nice that there's an opportunity and people are taking it to say thank you.
I'd like to see those guys get hired, Fezzy, to build the new buildings that we're going to be putting there.
Nice. Give them a gig.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
All right. See you later. Here is Doug. Doug, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Doug.
Hi, Ron, Fez.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing? First of all, Ron, do you think you got it messed up being Cuban and all that? Hello?
That wasn't me. That was
I'm sorry.
That was a caller.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, don't feel bad. I'm Irish and Italian with a last name of Irish. Born in Syracuse, New York, raised up in Louisiana, and I live now in the Bronx. So, trust me, I'm confused myself, too.
All right.
But I'm a security officer. Matter of fact, I'm at work right now in South Bronx, and I live in the South Bronx. And I gotta say thank you to the policemen and the firemen and everybody that helped because, this is tragic. My wife's daughter worked 2 blocks away from the Twin Towers when it collapsed. She was lucky to get out because of the debris kicking back onto the other buildings. And she got out and she walked from there all the way up to like 34th Street before she finally got a cab.
Yeah.
And she lives in the Bronx, and of course, people were not able to get in and out of the Bronx when it first, out of Manhattan when it first happened.
Right.
And so she finally got home at about 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon. Seconds after the first plane crashed, my wife woke me up at like 9:05. Doug, get up! And I'm like, what? A plane crash. And I'm like, what? And I was in the half-sleep stage, so I was actually dreaming that I was in a plane crash. When you barely wake up, you kind of hear things in the background, you start dreaming about it?
Sure.
Well, I actually dreamt that I was in the plane crash, and I was like, yeah, right, whatever, I was dreaming it. You're full of it. No, and I looked at the TV and I went, oh, my God. 20 minutes later, everybody's been talking about these candlelight vigils. 20 minutes later, I ran down to the store, lit a candle, and at 3 o'clock when I left to go to work today, this sucker was still burning. So I've had a candlelight the whole time. But what aggravates me, now, Giuliani's not being reelected. I don't know if he's looking for brownie points or whatever. But I don't think they should rebuild. And the reason why, that would be like raising the Titanic again or rebuilding on the Oklahoma City bombing. What I think they need to do is they need to build a memorial enlist all these police officers and, you know, firemen that died in this.
Hey, Doug.
That's like raising someone's grave.
Yes. You know what? We are going to raise. I mean, this is just me personally. I don't want to. I mean, you're looking down at some of the most expensive real estate in the world.
True.
Right where that happened.
And if they rebuild on it, Port Authority is just going to make more money off of it.
You know, I don't know where you're getting at, but the situation is this, Doug. We have got to keep money running through this city. It keeps it going. And we have to. We are alive. We are alive. We don't want to live in a memorial. And when I see a lot of this, you know, you want to do something, put a plaque on the side of the building.
Yeah, they're going to do something like that.
But my personal feeling is go build the 2 tallest buildings in the world right there.
And that...
F them.
Right.
Thinking they can take something from us. Make us that we can sit around and, you know, tonight we're lighting candles, but we can't spend the rest of our life lighting candles.
But, you know, and I'm not saying... It'll happen again, and I hope to God it doesn't happen again.
And you know, I'll tell you something else, Doug. Doug, listen to me. Listen.
To hit it down again.
But F them. We're not going to be afraid to build things because somebody's going to knock it down. Yes. You want to target? We are always going to be here. We're the United States of America.
Sure.
Why the hell should we not? Should we be in a situation where we're afraid to have the things that we like, that we want?
Because I'm not afraid. As a matter of fact, I like that caller when he put in that thing about the patent. I love that. You know, and when Lee Greenwood plays "I'm Proud to Be American," I mean, I love that song. It almost draws tears to my eyes every time I hear it. You know, and I mean, I was in the Army myself. You know, so I mean, I'm not asking people to be afraid, but I'm just saying that they should be able to reconstruct something over someone's grave. That would be like going to a graveyard and building a house on someone's grave.
It's a city. People have died all over this city. The situation is this city is going to be here and strong after all of us are dead. This is the greatest city in the world.
Right.
And I don't want this city looking backwards. I really don't. I don't want it looking backwards for any single reason at all. The thing that makes this is a great city is that it's always into its next phase. Watch some of those stuff that they do on PBS, Fez, about the history of New York.
Oh,
this city has changed and rocked, and it's been through really, really bad times.
Right, and they have good stuff on this show.
And there's no reason, you know, we've had terrible fires here before where people have gotten killed in the buildings, and we don't want to stop our city and say, oh, nobody walk in this one area. Keep it a living, breathing city at all times.
Well, you know, I also have to commend you, too, as well.
All right. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
All right,
we'll see you later.
And the point of, you know, it'll just be another target. Well, if you're going to give into that, well, then, you know, you're not going to let a terrorist jerk keep you from going to a baseball park because that's also a target. You're not going to let them keep you from taking your kids to Disney World because that, too, could be a target. You know, you got to decide whether you're going to move on or, you know, stand in cowardice.
And, I mean, they did not just pick out those buildings as opposed to the UN or, you know, who knows what was in their effing minds. But we got to have what we have. Here's Katie. Katie, you're on Ron and Fez. Hi, Katie. Katie?
Hello?
Hey, honey, what can we do for you?
You have to hear how crazy my town is going over this stuff.
Where are
What's
you?
your town?
We're in Bayonne, New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
Go.
Cue the crazy town.
What is every...
Do you hear how crazy everybody is?
I hear one of you.
What are you guys doing?
They're everywhere on Broadway, and they're just holding candles and waving flags and just screaming and beeping horns.
A little different than Union Square.
Yeah, the peace rally.
Oh, completely different. You hear that?
Yeah. Katie, how many people are out there?
There has to be about 50 to 60 people out here.
All right, thank you.
Just one block.
All right, thank you very much, honey.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, 50 to 60 people in Bayonne make more noise than 20,000, according to Billy Staples in Union Square.
Well, it's a whole different vibe. It's a whole different vibe.
Yes, it is.
Here's Mike. Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good tonight, Mike. What can we do for you?
I just want to have a little, I've done it with my family. We lost a cousin to this damn tragedy, and I've got a bunch of friends that work for Cannon Fitzgerald, and just pray for those families.
Yeah.
And you guys are right. Build the biggest tower in the world and make it 200 stories tall and prove that no one's going to ever F us up again.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah.
Hang in there, guys. Keep up the good work.
You too, and God bless you and your family for everything you're going through.
Cheers, guys.
All right, see ya.
Take very good care, Mike. Thank you for the call. 877-692-1027.
And it's obviously too early to talk about what is our next move or anything like that, Fezzy. I mean, one of the things we're going to do is take it a step at a time. And today is a day of national mourning, except for in Bayonne, where they're just, beeping horns.
Apparently it's Mardi Gras.
Here's somebody we've talked to every day, Fezzy. Call back into the Marines, I guess. It's the Rooster. Rooster, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Rooster.
How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I just want to call because I'm actually not in the Marines. I was in infantry.
I'm sorry.
Ranger. Okay, but I just wanted to call because I've been getting a lot of questions on my email and on Instant Messenger about joining the military. And just because you join the military in a time like this doesn't mean that you're going to be climbing a mountain in Afghanistan, going into a cave chasing Taliban. If you want to join, go down, and you can help your National Guard, you can help your reserves, and those guys are going to need you in the coming months and the time, even just within the country. And I just thought I'd put that out there. If you go and you talk to a recruiter or something like that, and you have some type of specialty. I worked at the West Street building right there, 140 West Street, which is right next to Seven World Trade, and I was standing in front of Trinity Church when this went down. And guys that work in telecommunications and all these different things, they're going to be put to use within our city, within this beautiful land of ours, and a lot of these guys are going to do duty that way also. So if they can do that and have a specialty, I'm sure it's going to be needed. Like I talked to someone today that's been actually on your show on a Friday night who wants to be a nurse, and she wants to get involved. And those type of things are needed, not just people that are going to hold a rifle. There's plenty of people out there that can support the military and just get behind them and do other jobs, a million jobs there.
All right, Rooster.
All right, guys. If I could get you every night, I can't get enough of you guys. That's why I give you a call, and you guys are keeping a lot of us strong. And after all, CNN and everything, and sometimes I need to laugh a little, and you guys are doing that for a lot of us out here.
Thanks a lot, my friend.
Thanks. God bless America.
Take care, Rooster.
That's the Rooster, of course, over at ronfez.net on the internet, Fezzy, the World Wide Web. 877-692-1027. Here is Danny. Danny, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Danny. What can we do for you tonight?
Hey, guys. I definitely think something should be rebuilt. What, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've asked an idea for a memorial to kind of make that side of the argument still hold up. Maybe one empty floor with an empty seat for every life lost, with their name maybe on the seat or something like that, just to give an idea, to kind of put it in a a number perspective.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So then maybe the third floor you come up and that's part of the building, and maybe have people have schools go in and really remember the tragedy and things of that sort.
Yeah, I don't want people to think that just because the city rebuilds that means we're somehow forgetting the tragedy. There's definitely going to be some sort of memorial.
Ron True said you see old pictures, black and white, of the city, and the city's been through so many different phases.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't stop. Sure, granted, it's an amazing loss and everything.
Right.
But you don't put light on that fact. But you can't stop. That is kind of almost like giving in, and in a way saying to people that have done this kind of one in a way, you got to keep going.
They rebuild that World Trade Center. I'd like to see it in the shape of a big middle finger.
Yeah, that's going around.
Yeah, I've been getting that sent to me, too. Have you got that?
No,
Yeah, I think I just, I don't know why I just put it. It's all over the Internet right now. But
hey,
it's,
guys,
the
light a candle.
I'm always late.
Thanks a lot, Danny.
Thanks.
See you later. Here's Vince. Vince, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Vince.
What do you say there, Vincey?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for doing the great work that you do. I'm very proud of you and a very loyal listener, and I'm happy that you guys are at night,
Where are you at, Vince?
Believe it or not, I'm in Lodi,
Oh,
New Jersey. which is like right off 17th.
Sure. Yeah.
And I guess people are honking horns too, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, the reason I'm calling is there's kind of two favors that I'd love to ask for all the listeners. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning, and I guess I've been working with a lot of different volunteer groups and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And the reason I asked is, last place I was at was at the Newport Mall in Jersey City. And I guess Jersey City is like maybe one of the first places that goes down there with stuff.
Right.
And, I was wondering, they need a lot of people during the overnights and in the early morning to put the stuff on the trucks. I was hoping maybe if there's some listeners around the area down there, that they could come out and give us a hand.
Sure. Do you have a phone number or anything, or you just want them to show up?
Yeah, just show up at the back of the mall, because there's so much stuff over there. The people down there are so like overloaded with stuff, and you got to sort it out, because just because you throw a lot of stuff, someone's got to take care of it.
All right, the Newport Mall. And you got an address for that, Vince?
It's near the Holland Tunnel. I wasn't sure of the exit because I was just so spent, but I'm going back there at 10 o'clock tonight.
All right, so if anybody wants to, it's a great place to go. You don't have to be right there at Ground Zero to be a big, big help. Head on over to Newport Mall. They need people for the late night stuff tonight.
Hey, and one more thing, guys?
Yeah.
Hey, second thing is, I know for a lot of kids, they're too young to give blood, and especially in this area. So I was wondering if, I know this upcoming Sunday in Garfield we're having, we're rounding up more donations.
Okay.
And I was hoping that, we're going to start, I know this is on short notice for a lot of people, but from 9 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock on Sunday, we'd like everyone in every town around, like, Garfield, Lodi, Saddlebrook, Elmwood Park, so on and so forth, if they just stop by Junior Boilermaker Field in Garfield, which is I guess off Century Road or Midland Avenue, and just come on by and bring as much stuff as you can, because we have giant trucks that we're going to send down there, because we have a few of our friends who work construction, and we'd really appreciate as much support as we can get.
All right,
Thank you very much, Vince.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Vince is involved. He's an involved young man.
877-692-1027. It is the Ron and Fez Show. Here's Ed. Ed, you're on Ron and Fez. Hey, Ed.
I'm here, guys. How's it going?
Yeah, we're hanging in.
Yeah, I was down there yesterday. It was quite a scene, I can tell you that much. And I hear a lot of people doing different things with donations and, getting a lot of food up. And the food is great, and there is a lot of it down there right now. But what a lot of people fail to remember is tools we need down there, too. We can use some shovels. Respirators are a big thing.
Okay.
I don't know. Every guy will tell you, and you could probably hear it in my voice right now. We're coming out of there, we're breathing all this fiberglass, this dust, who knows whatever else is in there. But, dust masks, respirators, there's even like low-priced ones. Work gloves are a big thing. Everybody's thinking in the food way, and that's great, but it's, we need the other stuff too down there. So if some of these people, when they're out doing their drives and getting it together, remind them that there's tools needed down there too. How do you think we dig? How do you think we get that stuff out there? There's really nobody putting in a lot of that, so maybe we could get more on that end in there and get down there, because there are guys who come down there and they don't have a tool to work with.
Yeah, John, Ed, that's what Johnny from the Hard Rock Cafe was saying, that right now they pretty much got the food end of it covered. And with the donations that he's got going on at the Hard Rock Cafe, those were a lot of the same things that he was asking for. That's in need right now.
Right, that's right. And the respirators, I think, is the biggest one. Because we'll leave here and a month later we'll feel it. We're going to start feeling that in our lungs and different things like that. And some guys are just, I'm not going to wear it. But you got to wear these things down there.
Yeah, everyone
the smoke, the ash. I mean, it's really bad.
You got the number for Hard Rock, Johnny, again, Fizz?
Yeah, Hard Rock Cafe on 57th Street between 7th and Broadway. 8 a.m. They're going to start the donations and taking volunteers again. 212-489-6565. 212-489-6565.
Thanks a lot, my friend.
Okay, take care,
All right,
guys.
see ya. Thanks for all your help, too.
Thank you, Ed.
Here's John. John, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I was just saying, I was just thinking, I actually went to a military school immediately after Desert Storm for high school. And, I heard a lot of teachers call in. My father used to be a teacher. And, it really shouldn't be left up to the teachers. Last night I was down there, and I went down there mainly to grasp it. Because everyone has said it looks like a movie. You're watching it on TV. I really feel that if people really went down there with their kids, just on the outskirts of, where they have it boarded off, especially over at the West Side Highway, it may be a little bit easier to explain, to your kids, on what has actually happened, and to really have them understand. So at least not only people our age, but the younger, kids will remember when they're older. They are, the future politicians and the future of America. So.
All right, John.
I don't know about sending kids down there, but thanks a lot, John. 877-692-1027.
I think every parent's going to figure out what's appropriate for their kid. We mentioned several times, Nickelodeon has that special on at 8:30 on Sunday.
Here's Danny. Danny, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Danny.
Yes.
Go ahead, Danny.
How you doing? Basically, I want to say thank you to the security that we had down at the New York Stock Exchange. A bunch of those guys are good friends of mine. They all know me as the commish, just in case one of them are listening. They were great. They kept, the crowds from going into a panic. Of course, being down on the trading floor, after what happened, and actually seeing it with our own eyes, not just on TV, because we were outside after the first plane hit.
Right.
Rumors were going around basically saying that it was some guy who had a heart attack, might have crashed into the plane, and you look up and you see the 767 being swallowed up basically by the second building, and unfortunately it's kind of burned into my mind's eye.
Yeah, I think it is for a hell of a lot of them.
And, just basically running away from the debris. The streets were in a panic. And these guys, over on the trading floor, they were good. They kept everybody calm. Compliments out to Richard Grasso. Kept everybody calm. And, we were all sitting on the floor, basically waiting for instructions. But, being at such a place, you kind of think you're the next target.
Sure.
Being that these barbarians, as you want to call them, they were basically after the financial end of the city. And, we're sitting there on the floor. They let everybody out in time in a good orderly fashion. And thank God, a lot of us are home. I lost some friends up on the 106th, I believe, Windows of the World.
Right.
I want to give my condolences out to Bobby Sutcliffe, Tommy Sullivan. They were a member firm down on the floor. Good friends of mine now. Actually, one of the guys that worked for him ended up coming in late for work, which is a dear friend, and said, the hell with it, I ain't going to the breakfast meeting late.
Right, I saw they had that breakfast meeting.
Yeah.
There was a thing on TV today of just showing different people who kind of would have, who were saved because maybe they got fired the day before.
Oh, yeah.
Or they slept in or got drunk the night before.
Oh, yeah,
I heard the one young lady who got laid off from her job last week, and she said that she actually got to say goodbye to everybody because she had lost her job.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
And she didn't know it would be her final goodbyes to them.
No, well, nobody did. I had just come back. I was away the week before, and Tuesday was my first day back from vacation, and, surprise. So I've been listening, watching TV and whatnot, just basically hoping that what the president does is the right thing.
Yeah, we all hope that, my friend.
I mean, you say things out of anger, but I'm pretty sure he'll take care of things.
What is it that you like to see him do?
What would I like to see him do?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to curse on this radio, are you?
No.
No. Just like everybody else, you get angry, you want revenge. There's a lot of innocent people. You can't blame, the Muslims and whatnot that are here in this country. Some of them actually came here to do good. But just get rid of the terrorists. Find them, destroy them. But unfortunately, they're like cockroaches. You squash one, and meanwhile, they laid 1,000 eggs somewhere else. So if we can find some kind of a potion or something just to get rid of them all, but like I said, they're like weeds. You keep, knocking them down, and they just sometimes keep coming back up.
Thanks so much for calling. Commish, Fezzy. It's the Commish. Take it easy.
Thank you, Commish.
Here, we got a little bit of when the president was there at Ground Zero today, and he just started talking through a bullhorn to the workers. What was he? Was he wearing like a leather jacket or something? He was very cowboy looking.
It looked like that bomber jacket that he tends to like to wear.
He does have like a bomber jacket. I guess he used to be a pilot at one time, right?
Yeah, he was. You know what? Now, I see some footage of him on the news, and it looks a little more and it doesn't look so leathery. It looks a little more materialish.
I think you and I are trying to think of him in a leather jacket at all times. Strapped in leather, looking like Clint Eastwood. All right, so you'll hear him talking to some of the union guys and stuff down there. And
this is a very short clip of when someone said, "We can't hear you."
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people
All right.
All right, who cut that? Who cut
That
first?
got butchered.
Who did that? Was that a Rory situation?
I'm getting confirmation, Ronnie, that was Rory.
Tell Rory to come on in here.
Maybe it's time for him to enlist.
You're going in, Rory.
If he's not going to help here, he can help on the front lines. Yes.
Rory, did you hear that thing that you did for us?
Yes.
I want you to give the president some respect and go in and take it from the beginning into the people applauding for him. Well, it's
some of those USA chants.
It was the USA chants. It's like you sliced it with the...
We have the USA chant. Unfortunately, the clips that I was getting are very short little...
Where are you getting them from?
that.
Get them off the TV. They're all over TV.
Yeah, they just showed it again on television.
Right. It's just that, they're only playing certain amount, certain...
So you're saying it's impossible. What we want is impossible.
I'm saying I'll try to get it.
Why haven't you enlisted yet, Roy?
I'm planning on doing that maybe Monday.
Great.
I would love to see
We can
it.
do that, my friend.
Private First Class Rory Hamptons.
The party we're going to have for you.
And the party we'll have after you leave.
I'll make you guys proud.
That's all we want to be, is proud of you. Is that a problem?
No, not
I
at
want to
all.
live in pride.
Yeah. All right, see what you can get for us, Roy.
Billy, your best friend Billy, is going off and joined a hippie commune tonight because we went to Union Square. So does that mean that we could take the huge American flag down out of our
I guess so, because
office?
The peacenik, last word I got, he is headed to California to live at Big Sur.
Right.
So.
He's got his hash pipe after being in the village for 6 minutes.
He hung a gigantic American flag across the windows of our office and went down there like Bugsy McGraw, all USA, USA.
Bugsy McGraw. Who's going to get that? You could at least said Hacksaw.
He looks more like Bugsy. And has now just decided that let's give peace a chance.
Yeah, there is going to be no repercussions, he says.
And has now when he'll come back, the flag will come down. He'll want to take the door off and just put up beads.
Right, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the staff we put together.
He is the mighty morphing Power Ranger.
Sure he is. He literally turns into the person he's talking to.
Whoever
like
he's
Zelig.
with. Yes. I'd like to have him hang out with Tony Little. Maybe get him in shape.
Get him in decent shape. At the very least, he'd buy one of those machines off Tony.
Right, yeah.
One of those stretching machines they see at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we had a nice scene in the office where the rotund Billy Staples decided to change his shirt right in front of all of us.
All right, that's enough. 877-692-1027. Here's Greg. Greg, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. My wife is a flight attendant for American Airlines, and she's really going through a traumatic time right now, as obviously everybody is, but she's destined for a flight tomorrow, basically see America, a 3-day trip, which goes to Florida, then to into the Midwest, then the West Coast, and then back east. And she's, very troubled by that. And she's unnerved by it, and wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Oh, I think that we're all unnerved by a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us feel completely safe. And that doesn't mean that she should give up her career and her benefits and everything, but I honestly can understand why anybody would be scared today.
Right.
Especially people working in that industry.
And God bless her for going on with her life.
Particularly in that she didn't know directly the individuals that worked on the flight that met their demise, but she knew of them, and obviously that makes it that much more difficult.
That's got to be tough, and I don't know whether they're setting up like a counseling situation or, I couldn't tell you at this point. But I don't think that there's anything unusual about the way she feels.
Right, and everything's going to be different for anyone participating in air travel from now on.
We'll all be Fezzes.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Best of luck to her, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, I'll see. I was talking with my folks I guess it was yesterday, and my mom just screams at me, "You need to go to grief counseling."
Really?
Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. She must have seen something on TV about grief counseling.
She saw a phone number.
Right. Here's Alex. Alex, you're on Ron and Fez.
Maybe you should. Hi, Alex.
Hey, Ron and Fez. How
you doing?
Yeah, go ahead, pal.
I called on Wednesday night with a story about my uncle who saved a couple of firefighters from the wreckage at the World Trade Center.
Uh-huh.
And I just have a little follow-up to that story. It turns out that when he got the call at 9:10, right after the second plane hit, he was going down to the site, and on the way down, he realized that he forgot a really vital piece of equipment, so they turned around to go get it. And if he hadn't done that, he would have been in the building while it was collapsing.
Yeah, there's all kinds of those stories about people who should have been somewhere and weren't, and that saved their life. And it's amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, one more thing.
Okay.
All right, Alex, what's that?
And how about that the people who did this, they put some handcuffs on them and let them loose on the streets of Manhattan and see what happens to them then.
All right, thanks, Alex.
See you later.
Take care.
Like
I don't think they would need to be handcuffed if they have to fight all of Manhattan.
Handcuffed in Manhattan is the Fez Whatley biography that's coming out. It's a whole different kind of party.
Oh, I let him go.
Here's Matt. Matt, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello,
Hey,
Matt.
guys. Hey, guys.
Buddy.
I just wanted to talk about releasing of emotions and energy.
Uh-huh.
And I'm actually calling you from the train on the LIRR. I'm on my way into the city.
Mm-hmm.
And how I'm dealing with this is I'm going to a concert with my friends that live in the city. And we're just going to kind of have like a spiritual experience and try and understand everything that happens.
What show are you going to?
I was told not to plug it.
Why?
I don't know. But it's a band called Humphreys McGee, and they're in the Village. They're playing in the Village.
All right.
And
everyone go there.
Do you have an opinion about that? Like, do you think that's okay?
Yeah, man, you know, the whole thing about being an American is doing what you want.
Whatever gets you through your day.
Or whatever you want to do. It doesn't,
Yeah.
Not everything has to be tied in with this. And if you want to go to a show, go
But
to a
it is
show.
tied into it because I'm going to release a lot of energy and emotion.
Well, that's
by dancing.
Whatever it is, whatever you want to do. You know,
Ronnie's
you never
got an
have
appointment with a grief counselor.
There's no one ever has to check in with us to see whether something's okay, man.
Well, I just
All
want to
right?
hear your opinion on it. I mean, you know.
My opinion is this. I want you to live your life the way you want to live it. I really do. And I think that's the one way to strike back is that none of those guys are going to a concert tonight.
Yeah,
None of these
we're going to like
a-holes
candles
who
and,
hate us
and
for-
dance and stuff. It's going to
Yeah.
be great.
Whatever you want to do. Just find a girl to dance with for a chance
thanks a lot.
tonight. Make tonight the first night you dance with a woman. Okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right? We'll see you,
All
my
right, thanks
friend.
a lot, guys.
All right,
It's
bye.
what you choose to do. You're going to do that. You're going to try and blow off some steam. Our own Billy Staples is painting flowers on the side of a VW bus.
Joe, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, you guys.
How come we haven't heard from Billy in a while? What happened with him, Al?
He's
I'd like to thank you guys for.
No problem. All we're doing is our show, Joe.
Thanks, buddy. Just setting the stage for people. I know a lot of people want to vent.
Uh-huh.
It's great. Like Baywitch and Bensonhurst are really coming out because you got tons of people coming through. We got the restaurant owners all coming through. We got a big setup at Councilman Golden's office on 90th Street and 3rd Avenue in Baywitch, Brooklyn. And we sent out about somewhere between like 60 and 70 trucks so far since Tuesday, all filled to the rim. And we go there. We've been at Ground Zero. We're giving them out. People see us. They know that we're the guys with the food. And people just go crazy. So if anybody anywhere wants to get any sort of food, clothes, socks, whatever, we got a big operation going there all weekend long. It's probably going to be going into next weekend. I'd just like to thank the neighborhood for coming out. Everybody's doing really, really great out here. Everybody's sticking together and doing their thing.
I'm glad to hear that, Joe.
Love Ron and Fez.
All right. Buddies, thank you for everything you're doing. Dave, you're on the Ron and Fez show.
Hi, Dave. What can we do for you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm a police officer also. I'm in the city. I'm on my way to there right now. I just wanted to say there was a call that I called before about bringing his kids to the city and that going down there just to look at it.
Right.
Please do me a favor. As a public service, just let them know. Please don't go down near that area.
Right.
It's hard enough getting anything, the materials down there, the people down there, the equipment down there. And on top of it, having to have to go through people.
Right.
I mean, I know everybody wants to help, and our hearts go out to everybody that lost somebody, but we don't need the people down there to look. You can see everything you need to see on TV. You really don't have to go down there and look. It is a horrible sight. just take that and try to explain it to the children, and, you know, let's just take it from there.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Good idea.
Thank you, guys.
All right, see you later.
877-692-1027.
Jade, you're on Ron and Fez. Hi, Jade.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, I just wanted to know your opinion, actually, on what you think about all the media and all the coverage that they're doing with the president and all their media actions that they're taking with all the information that they're getting about the terrorists and what they're going to do and bomb their country and stuff. Like, I wanted to know if you think they're giving too much information and they're, like, endangering the actual safety of the president and his colleagues. I just want to know what you guys thought about that.
Well, again, it's the cost of freedom. Every year we get more and more 24-hour news shows. All the local shows are basically, all the local stations are going 24 hours. And they can't fill them. They really don't have the qualifications to actually fill up 24 hours a day.
Right. I mean, before the tragedy, look at how they tried to stretch this Gary Condit, Chandra Levy thing into 24 hours a day.
Right.
So there have been a lot of mistakes. Joe Biden was actually on television today, taking them to task Senator Joe Biden from Delaware for reporting things that didn't happen, saying we found 10 cops last night. It turned out not to be true.
Right.
We had 2 death squads arrested yesterday in the New York airports, which turned out not to be true. He says, you don't, and he was not pointing his fingers, but he was like giving them a lesson like he was a parent. And he was like, you don't want to panic people or get people overly excited and hopeful. So, take it easy. Take it back a step.
Yeah.
The problem is these guys, they have to be allowed to do it. We have to have the news. You just wish that they would show a little more discretion, and sometimes you wish that they would be better.
Yeah, today was the first day that I actually got annoyed with some of them. It's just a lot of them I just couldn't take listening to anymore. The MSNBC girl that's on the scene, she has been shrieking all day, and it makes you nervous. It makes you think something else is happening when it's not.
What are you doing watching MSNBC, Fez?
Can I ask another question?
Out of all the news things, get the hell. You got CBS going full time.
I know, but then someone else will do something that makes me annoyed, and I flip to CNN and then on from somewhere else from there.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what you thought about the security in schools and stuff. I go to the Fashion Institute of Technology, and
nice.
And I really feel I mean, my brother was in the second tower when the plane crashed, and he just barely got out. So it's
thank God for that.
Hard for me. I know. Thank God. I just pray for the families and the people missing, and my love just goes out for everyone. But it's just hard for me to I'm sorry. It's hard for me to even think of going back to school in the city and feel that I could get through the tunnel safely. I commute, however, 2 days a week to school. It's just, I know it's a decision I have to make on my own, but it's at the same time, like my family, my dad and my mom want me to go back, but my brother understands because he was there. So I feel so torn doing that too. And I know I have to move on, and I don't want them to get the best of me, but I know I could continue my education somewhere else.
Well, these terrorists took so much from us. They took so much life, the destruction they caused. At one point we just all have to decide how much more we're going to let them take from us individually.
I know.
And, of course, like anything else, it's up to you, honey. You're going to have to deal with that yourself. And, maybe you could check around to see if there's people to help you with it, whether there's counselors at your school. Why don't you just kind of be honest about it and talk to your school and say, look, I'm having some problems. You won't be the first young person that had problems at that school.
Exactly. Thank you so much. You guys have been just such a stronghold on, and everybody, all your listeners, and just God bless you so much, and everybody else out there who is just standing with America right now, and thank you.
Right, and Jade, you study fashion. Are culottes coming back?
No. He wears culottes every single day.
Culottes are coming back. You're so funny.
All right, bye-bye, honey.
Thanks, guys.
Right. They're more of skirts, is what they really are.
877-692-1027. Either way you put it, they look terrible.
It's all I can fit in.
Here is Maria. Maria, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Maria. Maria.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, Maria. You're on Ron and Fez.
I didn't know if you could hear me. I'm on my cell phone going through a toll booth right now. You guys are doing some amazing things these past few days. I've just recently started listening to your show, and you guys are just amazing right now. And
You should hear us when we're normal.
I haven't heard much from, the college community as far as calling in and talking to you. But I just want to say that I'm a student at Rutgers University, and just the things that have been going on campus from this tragedy have just been completely amazing. I mean, the whole community is coming together and holding candlelight vigils and, donating blood, food, clothes, and, all sorts of other things, trying to help as much as they can. And I just think it's great as far as, us being so active in, what's going on and trying to help people.
Okay. I'm glad to hear it. All right.
Yeah.
Stay on it.
Thank you very much for allowing me to, put my 2 cents in.
No problem at all, honey.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Here's Rosa.
I think Billy Staples is planning a sit-in at Rutgers. I'm not sure.
Rosa, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello.
Hi, Rosa.
Hi, everyone. My heart and my family hearts go out to everybody there that are the victims of the World Trade Center bombing. Crash. And I just want to let you guys know that I work for the Community Food Bank in Hillside, New Jersey, and we've been getting a lot of donations. Yesterday we made 1,000 sandwiches, and we're doing the best we can to show our support. And I have 2 daughters that attend the Robert Treat Academy. It's a charter school in Newark, New Jersey. And I just found out today by one of the secretaries that work there at the school that there's two kids that attend the school that one of the 4th graders' dad never came home. He worked there. I don't know where. I believe it was like the 94th floor.
So
but the father, and one of the 1st graders also. Their dad never showed home, and we're keeping, everyone in our prayers. And my daughters, I have 2 daughters that would like to sing to you guys, and I would like an opportunity for you guys to allow them to.
Sure.
All right, hold on. Tina, where's Tina?
Someone's going to get smacked.
Okay, they're on their way. She's on her way down. Martin, please.
Now I feel like Grandpa in San Diego. The kids are going to sing on the phone to him.
Okay, she's on her way. I have a little baby daughter, and she's like trying to help out. Harvey, they want you on the radio. Okay, are you guys ready?
We've been ready. We're all
okay, girls, get ready. They're waiting for you guys. Go ahead, sing.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. We love you, America. We love you, America.
Oh, come here. Guess what hand I got candy in for you guys?
All right, peoples. We love you.
Right.
Straight up from North New Jersey.
All right, straight up.
Very sweet.
Bye,
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. There they go, Fezzy.
Yeah.
Kids singing to us.
Right. Rory, hack that up and get it for us on a card or something so we can play that again later.
877-692-1027. Fezzy, why don't we check in with 1010 wins?
Okay.
For a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back to take your phone calls.
We will do that. Our phone number, 877-692-1027. We'll turn it over to 1010 Wins News Coverage.
1027 WNEW, New York, carrying live coverage from Infinity Sister Station 1010 Wins of the tragedy at the World Trade Center.
Planes are once again taking off and landing at LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark. The area airports reopening today.
When JFK Airport reopened after the lockdown, many terminals were still dark,
and it was raining. 19-year-old Alan Malone of Dublin, Ireland, was cold and hungry, standing in the rain after spending more than 12 hours outside the American Airlines terminal.
It was cold and it was dark out, and I was in New York City, so I used that back home, and I got home to as big as New York.
Now, did anyone walk by during the night and talk to you, or were you completely alone?
No, completely alone. That's until this morning when the bakers were arriving, and he was bringing in hot bagels, and he offered me one, which was very kind of him. He gave me a hot bagel, and apart from that, no, I wasn't talking. Maybe I didn't really see much people apart from the security guards who were constantly circling the airport.
1010 listeners who heard Alan's story came to the rescue, many offering shelter, including Lola and John Gilsenan of Garden City. John Gilsenan, who's also from Ireland, was happy to pick Alan up at the airport.
To help the people who were stranded, people who were less lucky than we are, less fortunate. God bless them all.
Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins at JFK Airport.
Wins News Time, 8:58. As rescue workers and recovery workers continue to sift through the rubble of the World Trade Center, they've come up with another way of perhaps finding them missing. They're hoping this works. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has made arrangements to collect cell phone numbers of missing New Yorkers. Every cell phone company in the nation has agreed to pulse those numbers in hopes that either someone will answer or that they can locate them in the rubble of the World Trade Center. John Scalco is a spokesman for Lucent Technology.
If a cell phone is on, it's constantly emitting a signal, and this equipment can pick up the signal. And with using a directional antenna, can locate where the phone is.
No reports yet of anyone being found this way. With all the grounded flights, Americans have turned to Amtrak in record numbers. Almost all of Amtrak's long-distance trains have been sold out since Tuesday. The railway had no immediate figures on ridership, but took in $4 million today. That's double the amount for a normal day. And this is a look at some of how the other states in the country are being affected. In Alaska, there's no bread or milk on the shelves in Nome. And late arriving child support checks are worrying some parents. Many Alaskan communities reachable only by air are running low on supplies. If you're searching for a relative or friend, you can post that person's name and picture by clicking onto our website at 1010wins.com. I'm Lori Madden. Our nonstop coverage continues now with 1010 Wins reporter Daria Albinger.
Americans do not yet have the distance of history, but our responsibility to history is already clear: to answer these attacks and rid the world of evil.
President Bush visits Ground Zero. He gets a hero's welcome from rescue crews who have been working non-stop since the tragedy on Tuesday. The president signs an executive order. He calls up 35,500 military reservists to active duty. Some of those reservists will be getting a call this weekend. Congress okays $40 billion in emergency aid to victims of the disaster. And a national day of prayer and remembrance brings Americans of all faiths together in houses of worship across the country. Tonight, Americans light candles in vigils to send a message: we will not stand for terrorism. Our nonstop coverage continues in a moment. Now let's get a check of the roads with Jeff McKay.
Let's check right now across the Hudson River. Of course, with the Holland Tunnel closed until further notice, the Lincoln Tunnel was picking up all the traffic, but the Lincoln Tunnel has improved now in both directions. The George Washington Bridge, that has also improved the way. The GWB delays have eased out now each way. Switching over to the Bronx, the Cross Bronx is doing better going east out toward the Sheridan. An accident cleared. All those delays are gone, as are the Major Deegan heading south toward Yankee Stadium. And things are very quiet right now in Queens on both the LIE and the Grand Central Parkway. Of course, the transit picture still remains the same. Staten Island ferry service suspended. C-train service out. The airports are open, however. The airports are open operating under an extremely limited schedule. And make sure you stay out of the fire lanes. The police and emergency crews need those, and they have been pretty clogged up. So, again, stay out of the fire lanes on the roadways. I'm Jeff McKay, Shadow Traffic, 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 9:02. President Bush knows what it's like now to see what a terrorist can do to the World Trade Center. He was at Ground Zero earlier today, talked with the crews who have been working non-stop trying to dig people out, hopefully alive, of the rubble that used to be the World Trade Center. He hugged a lot of them, cried with some of them, talked on a megaphone, With many of them, he said that he can hear them. He can hear what they're saying. He says, and soon the world will hear what they're saying. Many services today on this National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, 3 days after the tragedy that shook the United States, the worst terrorist attack on this soil in history. Tonight, a number of vigils, people lighting candles to send a message that the United States will not cower to terrorism.
As night fell, hundreds of people began lighting candles and moving towards the center of Union Square, a symbol of unity, New Yorkers bonding and healing.
For the victims, I mean, I come out to support all the families of the victims and to remember the people who lost their lives.
This is the best way you know how?
Well, it's the only thing I can really do outside of volunteering, and they have so many that they don't need any at this point.
Emotions ran high throughout the evening, though, and so at one point heated discussions broke out, even arguments. One man saying America needs to retaliate against the terrorists, others carrying signs that say war is not the answer. Please let peace prevail. Eileen Palmer, 1010 Wins in Union Square. Let's now go live to reporter Steve Katzenbaum in Brooklyn.
The Brooklyn Promenade is the place where you can get that famous picture postcard view of Lower Manhattan, but that picture has been altered forever, and so have the people who stared out across the East River.
It actually makes me feel a little sick.
My thoughts and my feelings are for the people who are remaining. Those who have perished with the disaster are not feeling what, their families and friends are feeling that are standing here on this side and on the other side and all around wondering what were their last thoughts on their last moments.
Flowers festoon the wrought iron fence as candles burnt through the night in silent remembrance. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins on the Brooklyn Promenade.
Wins News Time 9:04. The president may no longer be there, but there is still plenty going on at Ground Zero, and that's where we find 1010 Wins reporter Terry Sheridan.
That's right, and there's lots going on. Since the president left the area and the frozen zones were lifted, there has been a non-stop procession of vehicles heading down West Street, far uptown, as I can see, coming down into Ground Zero. We see busloads of rescue workers coming in. We see dump trucks. We saw lumber trucks coming by. Earlier, we saw a group of Franciscan friars from St. Crispin's Monastery up in the South Bronx. They were in their full Franciscan garb with the hoods and the gray robes. New Yorkers and people from across the country just coming down to help, to continue what they all say is the rescue effort. They are not saying that they are recovering. This is a rescue effort. I spoke to Anthony Asensio. He's a true hero. He's a construction worker. He took off several weeks to help with the effort, and he explained to me why he believes that they're going to see, they're going to pull people out alive, because he says just the way that he thinks that the building came down.
The Afghans act as support as they come down, and the way they can fall, they can keep a person from actually getting hurt from all the other rubble coming down from the building.
The rescuers I spoke to said that President Bush's visit cannot be underestimated. It was a jolt that they needed. Spirits were starting to stag, but now, since the president came, you see the rescuers. They have a strut to their step. They're walking, they're keeping their heads up high, and they're determined that they're going to find people. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins, live just north of Ground Zero.
Wins News Time 9:06. Mayor Giuliani says that he hopes workers will be able to get into Wall Street on Monday. They'll be able to get things cleaned up and ready to go for the markets to open. The markets have been closed since the tragedy on Tuesday. Most of Manhattan still closed south of Canal Street, but the mayor says he hopes to carve out more areas so it can reopen. He says business owners should plan to visit their businesses over the weekend so they can actually open on Monday. Well, if you want to fly, well, you can fly, but it's not going to be exactly easy to do it. You're going to need a little bit of patience.
All three airports reopened at 11:20 a.m., but only a few airlines are having flights. One of the first passengers to arrive was Marty Wallach of Marlboro, New Jersey, on an LL flight into JFK.
I just came back from Israel. I was there, obviously, when what happened here. It was unbelievable. I was there for solidarity for Israel, and Israel came to our rescue. They had doctors available. If there was trauma, psychological trauma, if you had prescriptions that had to be filled, and if you got stuck, they were just terrific.
He was lucky to get in. Many passengers trying to get out went home frustrated for a second straight day. Mona Rivera, 1010 wins at JFK Airport.
And it's not much quicker if you're flying out of Newark.
Despite long lines, unreliable schedules, and extra security, passengers are taking it all in stride here at Terminal C. There's no pushing or shoving, yelling, or short tempers. Things are different now. Suddenly, a 2-hour delay seems minuscule compared to the enormous tragedy this week. Many are glad to be finally going home.
Not sure when I want to come back to New York, but someday.
Signs at security checkpoints clearly warn passengers no knives allowed on board. Police officers continue patrolling the airport grounds looking for anything suspicious. Mark O'Brien, 1010 wins at Newark Airport.
Wins News Time 9:08. This is a special announcement to customers of Duane Reade pharmacies here in Manhattan, and particularly those customers with prescriptions that need to be refilled. Because of the situation in the city today, some Duane Reade pharmacy stores in Manhattan will not be open. However, all the Duane Reade stores from 14th Street North will be open today. If your store is south of 14th Street and not open, and you have a prescription that needs to be refilled, bring your empty prescription bottle to any Duane Reade store north of 14th Street or outside Manhattan, and the pharmacist will refill it. If you don't have the empty prescription bottle, bring whatever information you have to the store, and Duane Reade pharmacist will refill your prescription. You may also get your prescription refilled by logging on to DuaneReade.com. Also, because of the demand for certain consumable items like food or bottled water, these items may be available only in limited quantities. Again, this announcement from Duane Reade Pharmacies.
That is 1010 Wins news coverage of what's going on in New York City. We're Ron and Fez. We're on 102.7 WNEW.
Just taking some phone calls from people tonight, Fezzy. It is the day that the president has set aside for prayer. And then after that, I guess he and advisors try to get to work. Prayer and candlelight vigils all over the city.
Yeah, the candlelight vigil started probably about 7 o'clock, actually, across the entire country.
And we're hearing a lot of people coming over to the firehouses and saying a lot of nice things to folks like that right here on 48th Street. People have been stopping by the firehouse and thanking all those people where they lost 14 members. Over on Roosevelt Island, Fez, they took the candlelight vigil down there tonight.
Nice.
Union Square, big candlelight show, and all over the city and actually area, and I guess country. Is that it? It's all over?
Yeah. Candlelight vigils going on in cities all over this great land of ours.
We are checking out Billy Staples is heading over to the...
I love the patriotic thing.
I know that.
I love to say those things.
You actually aren't far from that Zelig thing. You're ready to... What do you want me to turn into here? Billy Staples is heading over the West Side Highway, and we'll talk to him in just a few moments, Fez. A lot of people are gathering over there and cheering on the people that are coming in and out of the Ground Zero situation. Here is... let's go with a young girl who says she just went back to school today. It's Diana. Diana, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing?
Hi, Diana.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just need to vent today. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior. And, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, and I go to high school in Queens, and today was actually the first day that I came out of the house. And it was kind of hard because, like, you go in, and all the teachers just expect you to go on with your regular activities. And I really don't think that's right, because I don't want the students to just, you know, I don't want them to express the anger or whatever is going to come out of this in a couple of weeks. I just think that they should, you know, cope with this right now and just not forget about it.
You'd rather that the school did some kind of counseling and let the kids talk? And
I mean, they have the counseling, but still, you know, I think that a lot of kids just don't want to talk about it. But I think it would be the right thing to do right now at this moment.
Uh-huh.
And
I know some of the schools have opened up the auditoriums and letting the kids go in there and just talk to each other, and some of the teachers come in and talk. And
yeah, well, we have special rooms like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I also want to thank all the great firefighters and just all the volunteers. Thank you so much. This is so surreal.
I understand. I'm sorry that you're hurting, honey. You're here in high school. It should these should be good days for you, and I'm sorry something like this happened.
Okay, thank you.
Take advantage of those counselors that are there for you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
On a personal note, Fuzzy, could people please stop emailing me the Satan smoke face and anything to do with Nostradamus? Those are two things I could do without.
Yeah, they're keeping the emailing business.
Is this Caitlin? Caitlin, you're on Ron and Fez? Caitlin?
Yes?
Now, how are you, honey?
I'm all right. I just spoke with my father a few hours ago, right after, I guess, Bush left, and he was actually back at his firehouse in Newark. He was over helping out, and I called him and I wanted to know what was going on, and he told me some of the most horrible things I've ever heard in my life. He said that today he was working with a crew and they pulled out 2 bodies, lots of limbs, and sometimes just flesh, just handfuls of flesh. He said that TV doesn't show the destruction that's really there. He says it was basically total annihilation, and that you could have 100,000 people there helping, and it will still be useless. That it was like putting people in a blender, basically. He said what happened. As far as the food, he says there's more food there than anything, but they really need are the gloves. He said that they were just using buckets, and they would be digging for hours and hours only to hit steel beams, and nothing was getting done. They said that there might be people still alive in the mall, and that they should really be trying to start from the street up and try to get down into the mall. That basically seems to be the ultimate goal at this point, is maybe, hopefully, there's somebody alive. But
thank you, Caitlin.
All right.
Thank you for calling us. 877-692-1027. Here's Eric. Eric, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Eric. Eric, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, it's a bad line there, Eric.
Rough.
Over at the West Side Highway, Fezzy, around Canal Street, it is Billy Staples. Last we heard from him, Fez. It was the candlelight visual in Union Square.
And wanted to be known as Golden Boy.
He is back now. Hey, Billy, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Fez. How you doing up there, fellas?
We're gonna make it, Billy.
Oh, good to hear. Listen, this is more like it down here. West Side Highway and Canal. Down here, it's just pure emotion, overlooking the relative serenity of Fort Lee across the river. There are just people piled on the corner with flags cheering. Every construction worker, emergency vehicle that walks by. Here comes an exhausted firefighter now with an American flag draped around his shoulder. And the people are cheering, as you can hear in the background. It's like a whole crew from upstate New York, female firefighters, all volunteers, just passing by the point. Everyone's just applauding them and cheering them, and they're thriving off this, too. Everyone here is very emotional, and it's a beautiful sight. This is very unlike Union Square right now.
Okay, Billy.
All right, sounds like they're all getting a nice round of applause, all the rescue workers.
Yeah, and it's
to go by.
It's a steady stream of guys going in and guys coming out. This is a never-ending thing here, and it's absolutely amazing to see, because we're about 10 blocks from the site here.
All right, thanks a lot, Billy. See you later, buddy.
All right, that's Billy Staples. He's on the West Side Highway.
Here is Jay. Jay, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Fez.
Yeah.
I'm just calling with some advice for those people that feel hopeless right now and everything. I'm a third-grade teacher down in Jersey, and I was just feeling like I was just sitting around and talking out about it too much. And I just had an idea with another buddy of mine, and we sent out a thing for the people to send in stuff. We got a couple 100 gallons of water, gloves, underwear, socks, everything that the people needed. And we're bringing it up tomorrow. Just the slightest little thing you do will help you deal with this. I'm sending my government tax return to them, and anything that you can do helps. And actually what I'm calling for is also some help. I want to know where the drop-off is in Jersey City where we can drop the stuff.
Was that at the mall, Hawk? Which mall was that?
We'll put these guys on hold and talk with Albert.
the Newport Center Mall.
Yeah,
Newport Center. There you go. Newport Center, Jay. And talk to him off the air. 877-692-1027. Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I just want to, we're doing a benefit improv show down in Jersey. We're doing 2 shows tonight and tomorrow night. All the money's going to the Red Cross. It's an improv jam. If anybody's interested, they can go to improvjam.com. We're right in Red Bank, New Jersey. And the shows are 11:30 tonight, 11:30 tomorrow night, $10 a ticket. All the money we get is going to the Red Cross. Plus, we've already collected a lot of donations.
You're doing an improv show?
Yeah, we have.
Haven't we suffered enough this week, Mike?
I know, man. But you know what? Just like last guy said, every little bit counts, and sometimes you need laughter.
Thanks a lot, my pal.
All right, buddy.
All right, good luck with that. They're a big improv show there tonight, Fezzy.
All right, that's in Red Bank. Thank you, Mike.
Freeze, Mike. Freeze.
Now, one of the things we had always talked about the Hard Rock Cafe and Johnny Hard Rocks, what's going on with his campaign. Johnny called back. He said that they have more than enough volunteers for tomorrow.
Is that right?
They will need volunteers for Sunday and Monday, and you can also still bring your donations to the Hard Rock Cafe on West 57th. But he said they are overloaded with volunteers for Saturday's run.
Okay, so here's a great way to spend your Sunday.
Uh-huh.
All right? You want to feel like that you're part of this situation, give them a call, 212-489-6565, 212-489-6565. The Hard Rock Cafe in New York City on 57th Street, Fuzzy. Johnny Hard Rock and the gang have really been working hard, and they need your help. 212-489-6565. Great way to spend a Sunday. Or Monday. I know Pantera's going over there on Monday.
Okay.
Hey, Tom. Tom, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, Tom.
How you doing? Listen, I was thinking about something. I'm 24, and basically my whole life, I've been hearing about from the older generation how, there's no pride in our country left, and everyone was saying because, during my grandparents' generation, they had World War II to rally around, and my parents had the Vietnam War to rally around, and we basically had nothing, we kept on hearing about it, and now we got this thing, and if there's one good thing that can come out of this, it's just like a renewal of pride and love for our country that we really needed, I think, at this point.
All right, Tom.
I mean, it's basically terrible the way things have been going the past 15 years, and it's tough that something like this had to bring it all together.
All right, see you later. See you later, buddy. 877-692-1027. It's the Ron and Fez Show. Here's Mike. Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, hey.
Hey, buddy.
I'm driving home to Boston. Boston's feeling this pretty hard, too. And,
Boston going through a tough time knowing that those terrorists were actually based out of there and used that airport.
The fact that they were in our town, it's too much.
Yeah.
But I'm driving home from Jersey, and I knew that, the GWB would just be packed, but I kind of had to drive on it. I sat in traffic for about 3 hours to get through, just to kind of see the buildings and kind of say goodbye,
Mm-hmm.
My dad brought me there when I was little, and I got good memories of that, and I was looking forward to bringing my little 2-year-old someday to see the World Trade Center, and they took it away from us. It was just kind of my way of saying, goodbye to the buildings.
All right, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. It's rough. We all feel like we've been robbed.
Here's Ray. Ray, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Ray.
Yeah, hi. What do you call? I never got radio before, so I'm a little nervous.
No problem at all, Ray. Take your time.
All right. I just went up to the Javits Center. They said they're not really taking anything else. And then they're sending me all over the place and stuff like that and whatnot. Right now I'm standing in front of the 14th Street Salvation Army, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And they're, that's where they sent me now. I was just walking up to the door when you put me online, so I'm still trying to find out if that's where they want me to go.
Uh-huh.
And they also said Shea Stadium and Giant Stadium, but they don't know if those are full yet either. Is this a place to drop the food off?
All right, thanks a lot, Ray. There goes Ray.
He's looking for some place to drop off his stuff.
That's why it sounds better to drop it off in the suburbs rather than coming directly into the city.
Yeah.
And especially going downtown.
So, and they will need stuff again. It's, maybe not in this first few days they've been overloaded, but this is going to go on for a while. And they will continue to need volunteers and items.
Maria, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, I was just telling whoever answered the phone that I'm driving up the Palisades, and I was looking up at the sky because it's just, black, and I could see the lights of airplanes flying overhead. Everybody should just look up if you're outside right now and just admire it, because we are going to get back on track, and I'm looking at another one right now. It's stupid. I'm driving on a highway and looking up at the sky.
Yeah, why don't you just, look at the road.
I know, I'm being very careful. It's like it's
Driving
on the
like
horizon. But, and I called the sports guy this morning. I went and bought stuff. I donated this morning. And,
That's great.
We're going to recover.
Thank you, honey.
Well, bye.
Bye-bye. 877-692-1027, 102.7 WNEW. It's the Ron and Fez Show. Still not back to doing the kind of shows we used to do in the past here. We're just opening up the phone lines, talking to people, letting them, come up with ideas or places to help out.
Whatever they need to talk about.
Or if you just want to vent a little bit, yeah.
And we're going to be here till midnight tonight. They're going to keep us on for another hour.
Eddie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, Ron and Fez, how you doing?
Yeah.
First-time caller. I'm on my way home now. I left the dig site a little while ago. We spent the day, searching for survivors and bodies.
Uh-huh.
And what some of the callers are saying is true. It's utter devastation. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And I just wanted to point out that the civilians in the different neighborhoods have been very, very supportive. Each time you drive down there, they're calling us heroes, saying thank you. And the truck where I'm working out of is the same new neighborhood where the Diallo shooting took place. And today the neighbors had an hour vigil, candlelight vigil in front of our truck. And they all brought candles, dropped off candles and stuff for the guys that work there. And I just want to say thank you. It's very, very supportive.
Eddie, I guess it's a new start for all of us. It's up to us on how we're going to handle this thing.
Well, that'd be nice. It's a good time to all pull together now and try and stay that way.
Thanks a lot, my friend.
Thank you.
Bless you. Be careful out there.
Take care, Eddie.
Here's Kate. Kate, you're on Ron and Fez. Hi, Kate.
Hey, you guys.
Hey.
I just, I'm not calling to say anything any different than anybody else is saying, but, my brother's in the Air Force, and he's a pilot, and, he can't really tell us too much. He's a pilot, but he's also in intelligence, and it's just real emotional, and, I'm worried about him, but I just want to say, I'm really proud of everybody. I go to a community college in New Jersey, and, you see kids with American flags on their car, and I just think it's really great. You know what I mean? You never really see that around. You don't usually see kids with American flags, and I just think everything's great. And I'm driving around my town, and you see candles lit everywhere, and I just feel so bad for everybody. And I just, my heart goes out to everybody. And that's really just basically all that I have to say.
Thank you, sweetie.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I love you guys. You guys are great.
Thanks, Kate.
You're great. Thank you.
And if there's anything to make us feel any better this week, it's that beautiful outpouring of affection that people are having for each other and everything going on for everyone that's trying to get us through this.
Yeah, I mean, you hear so many sad stories, but everybody is just so supportive of everybody else, and it's just fantastic. I just think it's, the worst brings out the best in people, but everybody's coming together and really helping out everybody else. I knew a girl in my class, and today the kid came in, he goes, in the middle of our class, he goes, the World Trade Center was just hit by an airplane, and we were all, freaking out. But this girl sitting next to me goes, my dad works in the World Trade Center for the FBI, and I felt so bad for her. But, she's lucky. She waited all day and all night, and she got home, and her father walked in the door, and she said she just started crying, and it was just, I felt so good for her, but I just feel so bad for everybody else, But, but thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, Kate. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling. 877-692-1027.
Scott, you're on with Ron and Fez. How you doing there tonight, Scott?
Good. My uncle is a lieutenant in the New York Fire Department, and he's probably down there right now. I told him a couple of days ago about the whole situation, and, I saw everything that was going on television, but I really wanted to get a first-hand account of what was going on. And he said that, first of all, he said that it cannot be explained by words unless you were there. He also said that the entire upper echelon of the New York Fire Department is gone, is dead, because since it was a crisis situation, those guys were down there first, and they were just completely obliterated. Not all of them, of course, but the majority of them. He also said that a lot of fire engine company captains are basically, while they're working together, they're basically, acting upon themselves because they have no upper tier kind of command system. He said that his company was lucky. Now, he said this saying that only one of his company was dead, and as all New York knows, if one fireman dies in a situation, we mourn. And it put it all in context, because he said that, we were lucky because we only lost one guy. But if one guy dies, it's always, a huge situation. He said that he had 5 guys near the center of the World Trade Center when it came down. I'm not sure which one. They knew that it was coming down because of the fact that the elevator shaft was just crumbling and shaking and everything like that. They were only at 21st floor when it happened. There were 5 guys. They grabbed the center elevator shaft. They slid down it for about 10 flights. That ended. They grabbed, the story is still unclear, but they grabbed like silk type of drapes. They slid down those, and the impact of the blast, the force of it, blew them outside the windows of the lower levels of the World Trade Center. And there were 5 guys, of course, and the one guy that lost was just the one guy that they turned around and saw, and he just disappeared. And it's like, it's one thing to see on television, as everybody knows, but it's another thing to hear it from somebody himself as to what has gone on. And I just wanted to tell my story. And my sister works at the New York Stock Exchange, and she's a very strong girl. She has their brother-in-law, Anthony. They both live on Staten Island, and they said that when the first plane hit, they evacuated the New York Stock Exchange. They walked down to the Staten Island ferry because they live on Staten Island. They would not let people on at first. When the first tower came down, they were like, "The heck with it, we're getting on." And they made them put life preservers on. And my sister and my brother-in-law live right next to the Verrazano Bridge, and all they have to do is look out from their apartment and their house, and they see what's going on down there. And I know my sister, a very tough girl, but she's very apprehensive to going back to work on Monday. And every personal story, there's thousands and thousands of them.
Yeah, millions of them, my friend.
Every story is important, and everyone should be told. All right, and I thank you for this opportunity to say mine.
Thank you, Scott.
Right. Bye.
As if the footage wasn't horrible enough, now in the past few days, we've heard all these stories of how actually graphic and devastating it was for individuals.
Here's Sean. Sean, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, what can we do for you?
I just wanted to say thanks for doing a good job all week, you and the whole station. I think it's really cool how you've just been letting people call in. I'd like to thank everybody that's volunteering. I can relate to that girl that goes to FIT, living in Jersey. I go to school in the city, take the bus, Lincoln Tunnel. I'm just more worried about some guy bringing a suitcase on a bus because they really don't check anything at all. There's no security. Also, another point, I grew up in Jersey my whole life, never went to the top of the Trade Center, just always thought it was going to be there, something I'd get around to. Now it's gone.
Thank you, my friend.
That's it. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you for the call, Sean.
Here is Joseph. Joseph, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Joseph.
How you doing? I mean, I can't explain what I'm feeling, but what I do want to know is, and what disturbs me the most about this whole situation is, why the middle-class people right now are, like my wife yesterday, or this morning, donated money to the Red Cross. Where's Donald Trump and Tommy Hilfiger and Fruit of the Loom? Where are all these people that made their money on the backbone of Manhattan? Why aren't they there? Why isn't Donald Trump there taking care of where he made all his money on real estate?
I saw Donald Trump there.
You seen him down there?
Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't hear anything about that.
I think there's a real situation here to not try to celebrity this thing or try not to capitalize on it. I mean, you're
That's
not
fine.
looking at Michael Bloomberg or any of the guys that are running for mayor on the Democratic side.
Where's like fruit of the? Why isn't it like fruit of the loom?
I have no idea what all those people are doing, but I think what they're trying to do is to not hop on TV and find out what Jennifer Aniston thinks about the blast, and you know what I mean. It's just,
and if they did, those same people will get criticized for taking advantage.
Well, I can understand that, but what about like they need gloves now? All right, I mean we're out trying to get it whatever we can.
I have no idea. Here's what I'm saying to you, Joseph. Before you get mad, I have no idea what anybody else is doing.
No, I understand, but like has Home Depot called? I mean, where's Home Depot with the gloves? I mean,
well, we don't know if Home Depot has donated anything or not. Maybe they have.
I understand for these $1 million companies that have to have people go get this stuff for them when we go to their stores every day and they make money off of us.
Well, we know GE's donated $10 million.
It's right, there's money, but right now we need to save people, and we need these people are down there needing T-shirts. It's cold out. It's raining.
All right, thank you, Joseph.
Thanks.
877-692-1027. Here's Jamie. Jamie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm on a cell phone.
Sure, hon.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm driving actually down to Pennsylvania right now. I have to go to a bridal shower tomorrow. And I can tell you that I really wasn't in the mood to go. You know, I haven't lived in New York my whole life like some people, but I've been here long enough that this is awful. Obviously, I know someone who was down there. Everyone does. And I guess my whole point was just I want to thank you guys. And, you know, I know you told people not to thank you or anything, but driving down, you know, I can't bear listening to the constant news reports and seeing the crashes on television, and I think that what you guys are doing is what people really need right now, just having an open forum. And I can tell you that I just think it's great, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the volunteers and everybody who's doing everything they can. I think what they're doing is amazing.
Thank you so much, honey. Are you going to that bridal shower?
I'm on my way there. I've known her since I was 4 months old, and she was 2 months old, so I could not go and be there for her.
Well, why don't everybody just try to have a nice time tonight, okay?
Thanks. My love goes out to everybody.
Take a little time out from it tonight.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. 877-692-1027. Here's Brenda. Brenda, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. What's up?
Hi, Brenda. What can we do for you tonight?
Turn your radio down, honey.
Yes, I just wanted to say, hi, I just wanted to say that my father, hello?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that my father-in-law works for New York City Transit Authority, and he's a descendant, and as soon as this situation happened, he happened to be at home, and we just all cry. We didn't know what to do, what to say. Everybody got called to work also over at the ruins of the World Trade Center. And, you know, when I go out on the street and everything, actually to the school that I go to, and everybody knows that my husband is from Pakistan, I have had incidents where people throw chairs and they say nasty things to me. I'm Puerto Rican myself, married to a Pakistani guy, and I have little kids. I have a 5-year-old, and, you know, an adult went up to her and said, you know what, you're Arabic, you're stupid Arabic, you did it, I should kill you, to my 5-year-old. It's not fair, because not every single Arabic and every single Islamic people follows the teaching of the Taliban. They're good people, good, kind-hearted people who are also right now working and suffering for what also happened. It's just not fair to be treated this way at all. I feel so bad and so sorry for what had happened to every single family. It's terrible.
Brenda, I'm sorry any of those things happened to your family.
And thanks for calling in to let everyone know.
It's very, very misguided. The mayor has said, of course, not all Arabic people are involved in this. The President of the United States has said not all Arabic people are part of this. You want to be very, very careful to take care of your neighbors. We're talking about everybody coming together. Take care of all your neighbors. Thank you, honey. Bye-bye. 877-692-1027. It is the Ron and Fez Show. Fez, we had a gentleman was just asking us a couple of moments ago, where is Donald Trump and where is
Fruit of the Loom.
Fruit of the Loom and some other companies.
He mentioned Home Depot. Now, we found this out. Home Depot is supporting the recovery and relief efforts following the tragic events that happened this week by donating $1 million to the United Way. And in addition, the company is launching a 14-day collection effort that's going to begin actually today, Friday, at all Home Depot, Expo, and Villager hardware stores in the U.S. and Canada. And then they're also going to participate in some blood drives later on in the month.
So they're there. Just because a lot of this stuff isn't on television doesn't mean that. And I kind of think it's a good thing not to try to celebrity up this situation, Fezzi, because the people that are being treated as heroes right now are the guys who are out there doing heroic work. You know, and it doesn't, I don't know why you just need Alec Baldwin suddenly to make things better. You know, nothing against Alec. Maybe he's doing things in his own way, but he doesn't belong on TV right now. Here's Eric. Eric, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Eric. Eric?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, buddy. Yeah, go ahead, pal.
Hey, I'm a detective down in the city, and we were mobilized down there right after the second plane hit, and we stopped off at the Home Depot, and I would estimate in a couple cars that we had in a van that they just threw like $1,000, a couple of $1,000 worth of equipment, gloves, goggles, respirators. Nobody asked for anything. They just, filled up our cars and said, thanks and good luck.
All right, thank you for sharing that story with us tonight.
All right.
Yeah, we've had, calls from people that were upset that other people didn't have candles or flags. You don't know what people are doing. Some people are, going out and donating the blood, or they're dropping off the water. You don't know what each individual's doing, so try not to assume that some people aren't helping.
Also, you remember when Nancy...
Nancy!
Earlier was upset with people of Jersey, and a guy wrote to me, I went to 4 stores looking for a flag. They're all sold out. I don't have Betsy Ross living in my basement, Nancy.
Oh, man. The Walmart and the Kmart combined have sold over 500 million flags in the past 2 days.
500 million?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. That is a lot of flags. I didn't know they had that many available.
Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. You're on the air.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're right here, Mike. Can you hear us?
Yeah, buddy. I'm on my cell phone.
Okay, you go ahead. You just start talking.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to say I think it's a good thing. Everyone's coming together, and we're really showing our true colors. We're going to prevail through this, and we're going to show everyone around the world that Americans will come together no matter what the crisis is.
Thank you very much, Mike. I sure hope so. According to the president, this is going to be a long, drawn-out thing. And as far as the flag stuff, maybe that's all just part of it, that you need a little pep rally thing. But I don't see people, if this thing carries on for 3-4 years, I don't see people waving flags that long.
Yeah.
You got to be very careful about judging your neighbor and seeing how committed people are, because if they happen to be wearing a I Heart New York shirt,
sure,
they might be doing all kinds of things. So, don't start taking each other's temperature just yet. It will be interesting to see how this country reacts over the long haul. Are we going to rebuild New York?
Right.
Are we going to do something about terrorism finally? Are we going to be able to stick to that commitment? Are the Republicans and Democrats going to be able to work as closely as they are now? I want to think yes to all of that.
Let's hope so. 877-692-1027.
Chris, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Miss you in the middays.
Yeah.
Big ass 1263.
All right.
Just a small ironic twist. Another fellow was talking about the fire department. Rescue 1 in Manhattan. There's 4 rescue companies in 4 of the boroughs. At the time the accident happened, only 6 guys on the tour. The second tour was there, so all 12 went. Unfortunately, nobody came back. All 12 are gone.
Oh, my God.
Just awful.
God bless, and God bless you guys, okay?
God bless you, my friend.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye-bye.
Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, how are you?
What can we do for you this evening?
I just wanted to let you guys know that, the work is very tough down there, and we have a lot. We have, anything that you need is down there. There's socks, there's underwear, there's food, and thousands of people that are dishing it out. This is one time that New York came together as a whole, and we're doing the best we can. You have a couple people that are on the air, and they're saying that, we're all the big corporations. Home Depot has come through, like you wouldn't believe. We had anything that we needed. We had flashlights, gloves, shovels, generators. Basically, whatever we needed, we had. And it's just unbelievable. Food, McDonald's has, portable booths set up that you could walk up and get whatever you need. Coca-Cola, Burger King, whatever you want. It's amazing.
Yeah, people are out there. They are helping. And just because you don't see it advertised that, hey, we're here helping, don't think that people aren't.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Yep.
All right, sit.
877-692-1027.
And the other thing that people are talking about, these big corporations. Well, I mean, you look at that. Everybody in those corporations is us. That's who works at Coca-Cola and McDonald's and, run all the way down this thing. American Express, and it's us right now. So I guarantee you, folks, everybody's shocked here. Everybody's going to have to pull together and see what we're going to do about this. Hey, Nancy. Nancy, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Nancy. Nancy? Yeah, Nancy.
Yes.
You're on with Ron and Fez.
Hi. I just had a quick comment to make about a caller a little while ago, Caitlin, who was speaking to her father that was down there.
Yeah.
That's great. He's a hero and everything. I really appreciate that. But she should really keep those stories to herself because there are families out there that still have some hope. And she's talking about putting bodies in blenders, and that's what it's looking at out there. And I think that's really sad that she needs to say that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you for calling with that.
Here's Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, Carrie Ann.
Hi, how are you?
Hey.
Thank you for taking my call. First of all, my thoughts and prayers go out to everybody. Second of all, my husband and I volunteer for a Pop Warner football organization in central New Jersey. And tonight, following practice, we had a candlelight vigil and said some prayers. At that point, I was just really crying, and a little 5-year-old girl rubbed my arm and told me, Coach Carrie Ann, it's going to be okay. And I think that's really important because we are going to be okay. And while we pray for the others, it's really important that we keep that in mind.
Thank you very much, honey.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye-bye. 877-692-1027, the Ron and Fez Show. We're just opening up the phone lines, letting people talk. Greg, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, Greg, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys read it today. You read the New York Post?
Sure.
There was a picture in the Post today it was actually a cartoon drawing of the skyline. And there was a fireman and a cop standing next to each other, and they were real tall. And it said, the caption was, the real Twin Towers of New York City or the other Twin Towers of New York City. And I just wanted to say, it's the wrong time to be saying something like this, but it takes a disaster like this many people to die for people to realize how important the cops and the firemen are.
Yeah, I think the city has responded to that in a big, big way, and the city's heart is broken about everybody who was killed or injured in that situation. And, all we can do is just keep going forward. Everybody's trying to heal here.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
There's no end to the sad stories.
No, it's going to take a long time for people to get over. But that's all I wanted to say. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, my friend.
Let's
Bye-bye.
keep appreciating them. The cops, the firefighters, all the union guys, all down there trying to be part of the rescue effort.
Anthony, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Anthony.
Bear with me. I'm a little nervous being on the radio.
Take your time, buddy.
I was working on my job. I'm a construction worker, and I'm on the 15th floor of a new building going up over the Lincoln Tunnel. And I bent down to pick something up, and I look up, and there's a clear view of the Trade Center. and you just look up, and you couldn't believe, you can't believe your eyes. And it just so happens that my girl's brother worked on the 98th floor of Trade 2. And I called her up, immediately. I was like, don't be nervous. What floor does he work on again? She's like, 98. And thank God he happened to wake up late for work that day. Or else, he would have just never made it. And, being a construction worker, I put these buildings up in the city. It's so, I'm so disheartened by not seeing those buildings there. It's just, it's heart-wrenching. And the only way I can say that it brings everything together is, I was never a big fan of, a lot of NYPD. And now I can't help but stop and tell them thank you, and you're doing a great job out there. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for the call, Anthony. That's not a bad idea, saying thank you.
Here's Joe. Joe, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Joe.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to make a comment about people that are calling up about the corporations. I work for Coca-Cola on Long Island. And between the blood drives that are going on out here and Ground Zero, I just want you guys to know that we put out over 100,000 cases to those guys. Those guys down there are real heroes. We really appreciate everything they're doing. And we're going to keep it up right through whatever happens with the military and everything else.
Thank you so much, Joe.
No problem.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for the call, pal.
So I don't know whether you could hear that. It was kind of a bad line, but
yeah, it was real low.
Coca-Cola has done all kinds of stuff to be a part of this, as far as blood drives and taking a lot of beverages down there. So, don't be so quick to say somebody hasn't been helping just because it's not on the news right now. Hey, has the TV news been cutting for commercials at all?
Not that I have seen.
Nowhere, huh?
Mm-mm.
It's amazing. Here's Brady. Brady, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
I was down at the Javits Center today, and I live in Westchester in Scarsdale, and I have an extra bedroom, an extra bathroom, and I was down there today, and there were construction workers who had driven, from Delaware, from Ohio, from all kinds of places, and they were sleeping in their cars. And I said to them, come on home. You can sleep at my house, because they had said to them, well, we don't need you today. We need you tomorrow or whatever. And I think that there are a lot of people in Manhattan, okay, and a lot of people all over New York and everywhere who are trying to, want to do something. But, they don't know what to do. But there are a lot of people, iron workers, they're calling out for all these people, and they're coming from all over the country. But then they get here, and they have no place to stay. They don't even know where they were. These guys didn't even know where they were. I mean, they were like, I don't know, I'm someplace in New York, but they'd never been to New York before. And so we're going to go down to the Javits Center tomorrow and set up a table, and we're going to try and, hook people up with people, people from out of town who need places to stay with people who are in town. And, I just wanted to say that if you do live in Manhattan or in Westchester or in New Jersey or in Brooklyn or wherever you live, if you have a spare room, we could use that, because this is going to go on for weeks and weeks. And,
that's for sure.
We need people coming from all over the country. We need these people.
Do you have any way we can reach you, honey?
Well...
If people want to call you?
Huh? It's 914-633-0539. But tomorrow when we're down at the Javits Center, we're just going to be sitting there at a table. We don't have a number or...
Okay, well, I'm going to put you
really
back
anything.
on...
I wish I could get a number.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put you back on with Al.
Okay.
And maybe it's something we could help you with, okay?
Oh, great. That'd be great.
Because that's another way to help that, a lot of people probably didn't consider.
877-692-1027. Here's Keith. Keith, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Want to talk. We got to seriously consider something here. I'm 24 years old, college student, have a great job also. We have a lot of luxuries in life, but what happens if it comes down to ground attack? We need more forces. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to have to enlist, get this You know, if this is going to be a long, outstretched thing, we haven't heard anything about this. You know, not like a draft. We're going to need people to step up.
We haven't heard about it yet because the president has not unveiled his plans yet. So by the time that he says, here's what the situation is, then between him and the military, we'll tell the country what they need.
It has to be seriously considered. I mean, it definitely is.
Right, Keith, but what I'm trying to say is, like, you and I are not going to be the people who consider it. That will be up to the military about how they're going to need people and what they're going to need people to do. So
I'll tell you one thing. Luxury cars and nice clothes, it doesn't mean anything. I'll throw in the fatigues in a second.
Okay, buddy.
You guys have a great night.
Keith is in, Fez.
All right, good. So far we have Keith and Rory Hampton's private first class.
Rory says that his knee hurts.
What?
He thinks it's plastic.
It is not plastic.
Here's Rose. Rose, you're on Fez.
Hello, Rose.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
I wanted to call in and just say that the one thing that has been very upsetting watching everything on TV and even listening to things on radio is that a lot of the TV casters have been jumping on a story basically without verifying it, and it turns out that a lot of the reports are false or untrue or are alarming us or are making us to some degree feel at ease. And last night when I went to sleep, I heard the story about a woman who was in a police car and said her husband had called her on the cell phone. He was underneath Tower 1 with 10 other people, and the firefighters jumped in to try and get there. And this morning I woke up to find out it was false. Then I heard that there were 10 people detained at an airport who had fake pilot certificates, and then later on in the day found out that was false.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, a good journalist should really check the source, and I know it's probably hard to do when you want to get the information out right away, but this is a major crisis for us, and they really need to think about what they're saying and what they're doing and the information they're giving us, because the last thing they need to do is put us all in a panic, especially anyone that's within the vicinity of the New York area.
Now, Joe Lieberman, the senator from Delaware.
Yeah.
Joe Biden?
I'm sorry, Joe Biden. Joe Biden from Delaware. That's the first state, Fez. Also the Blue Hen State. Said the exact same thing today on NBC and actually took him to task on it, Rose. Almost said the same thing verbatim as you. And literally was telling them, no, that story's false. When they were saying, oh, they weren't connected with that other terrorist cell? No.
So still reporting it while Joe Biden's trying to correct them.
And Joe Biden's going as the guy with a bong.
And
that's
even
why
if you watch Channel 2 to Channel 4 to Channel 7, they're all coming up with, like, one jumps on the story and the next one's picking it up from them, and it's not even really their source. And that's probably another problem where they're letting it snowball.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, they got to fill 24 hours a day, and they're trying to do, they're trying to be the guy who breaks the big story about what's happened, and...
Yeah, but isn't that what this isn't really supposed to be about?
I gotta agree with you.
So what they're doing is jumping on a big story to further their career, to be the first ones to talk about it, or be the first ones to take a photograph, or the first ones to cover it. So really, isn't that becoming very selfish of what they're really out there doing?
Well, it's what it actually becomes is irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, honey.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
Hey,
thank you, Rose.
Al, Earl, maybe you know this. Rick on the SM Feedback wants to know if Eddie Trunk made it back to Jersey. He knew he was on vacation in Vegas.
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to call him. So
the Trunkster was in Vegas, baby?
He was in Vegas, baby.
Nice.
He's living large.
I'll tell you.
Mary, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello?
Yeah, Mary, what can we do for you tonight?
Hi, I was just calling because I was at work when I found this out, and I work in a nursing home, and we seen this from one of our residents' window, the incident that happened, and I just felt really bad what people could do to this world, not having a heart. And I just wanted to read a poem that one of my girlfriends wrote, where she felt the meanings of red, white, and blue, what they felt to her.
Okay.
If I could do that.
All right, fine.
Okay, it goes red, white, and blue. Rain of teardrops, even the disbelief of dry humanity. World with pain, holding on to faith in their hearts, trying to understand why the yesterday, September 11, 2001, of New York City World Trade Center. Endless love will remain between the layers of the flag, lies innocent names, you and I must keep on praying every day and every night. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
What's the name of that, Mary?
Excuse me, it's red, white, and blue.
I want Roy Hamptons to get that tattooed on his arm.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Really?
Thank you, Mary.
He's got very short arms, Ronnie. He's like a T-Rex.
I never can follow a poem. I never can follow a poem, Fuzzy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Sometimes it's hard. The Charge of the Light Brigade. I think Earl will be doing that
I don't know
later.
whether it's the cadence or whatever. I just find myself feeling like I'm in 4th grade again. I just, I'm trying to,
Well, people tend to speed through one. I don't know why.
I start using my pencil as a rocket ship. I'm just sitting here around. Annie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Annie.
I just want to say, Fezzy, I love you, and even the deepest, darkest times, only you can make me laugh about culottes.
I don't find them funny. I think they're fine to wear. Thanks, Annie.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, baby.
Thank you for the call.
Here's Fred. Fred, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Fred.
Hey, Ronnie, Fezzy, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on with you today, Fred?
Nothing much. I don't know, I just want to say that I got such a, deep sense of patriotism today. I got a nephew, 13, and a niece who's 5. And, this is their first taste, and, they felt like they wanted to contribute something, so I just sat down with them and, made them color some flags and make them draw some flags and stuff. And, it's very heartening to see that, like the young kids, get to do stuff like this. And, my heart goes out to, Brenda, the last caller, one of the last callers who, with the kid, she's married to the Pakistani guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was so sad to hear.
Yeah, that was kind of tough. That's basically it. I live actually in a town from Patterson, where all that stuff happened.
Yeah.
And, things are actually looking good here. We had a vigil. I'd never seen so many flags. This is, majority Hispanic. And usually, I'm Hispanic myself. You see so many, Puerto Rican, Dominican flags.
Right.
And now you have an outpouring of, American flags, and that's just good to see. And that's basically it. Keep a good job.
Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Fred. 877-692-1027. All week we've been just opening the phone lines for what anyone feels they need to say. We'll be here till midnight again tonight. Jeremy Coleman's letting us stay on an extra hour again tonight.
Speaking of the Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, Danny Alamonte tried to sign up for the Marine Corps and too old.
Really?
Yeah, they
too
said,
old to enlist?
Yeah, apparently he was out of that age where they felt comfortable with it.
He'll need different documents then.
Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Dude, this is crazy, man. I was there on Tuesday. I work at 7 World Trade.
Yeah.
And I felt I had to do something, so I volunteered at the Hard Rock today, and they really were doing a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I never walked around. I'm still in the city now. I just couldn't leave the city. I've talked to so many people today. I was giving out flyers. I walked straight down from the Hard Rock to West 4th and then came back up just giving out flyers. And they really did an amazing job. I came back. I loaded up the trucks. It was like the best workout of my life. And I've never felt better doing anything in my life, so I just wanted to thank them and actually to thank you guys for the great coverage you guys were doing of the whole thing.
So to feel a little better, you recommend volunteerism?
No, I don't.
That made you feel better?
It just gave me something to do because basically my building collapsed.
Where are you guys going back to work?
I don't know. I have a meeting on Thursday, and I don't even know what's going to go on at that meeting. So I work for the government, so I'm still getting paid at least. But, a lot of people, you don't know what's going on with them.
It's too soon to get in all this, but I know the federal money is coming in, and they're just going to turn it right over to the city of New York, and the mayor said right away he's going to do stuff about keeping business in town, attracting new business to town. I think it's really, really important. to keep that aspect, to keep it in Manhattan. Thank you so much, Mike.
Yeah, dude, guys, I just wanted to thank you for the great coverage. And also, I'm a couple of blocks away, actually. I'm on my way home. And I was just wondering, maybe even stop by with a couple of Foster's oil cans or something and just have a drink and just to thank you guys in person.
You got to run it through downstairs, though. I'm going to put you on hold and let you talk to Al, because this building, too, is all worried about security now.
Yeah.
We used to have the normal open-door policy.
Yeah.
But tonight, the guy, or it was last night, the guy carded Fez after knowing him all this time.
He's the same guy we walk past every night, and he just gave chase to me. I didn't even think he was talking to me last night.
Well, he said to me, Ron, who's the freak? And I go, freak? And he goes, that strange-looking guy. I go, Fez?
And I said, I'm Fezzy, you know me.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right.
Yeah, we're all getting carded.
No, I didn't. Earl, did you get carded?
You don't get carded because you don't carry your card.
Yes, I did.
Did you? How about the Hawk?
Yep, they got me too.
Is that right? Not me. I guess the big personalities are just let straight through.
I think I was told, is he with you?
I don't think me or Bob Hope got carded.
Where was Bob Hope here?
Oh, earlier. You were sleeping.
Wake me. If Bob Hope comes by, wake me.
Here, Oscar. Oscar, you're on Ron and Fez. Hey, Oscar.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what do you call it? What I want to say to, like, everybody was, like, everybody right now, you know, a lot of people are angry, and, you know, they want to go down and start bombing and so forth and the other. And, you know, like, right now, our government and for ourselves right here, our first priority is to get all those people down in the World Trade to get that all cleaned up. Make sure that everybody's accounted for and so forth.
I don't know that priority, neither do you, Oscar. It's up to the President of the United States.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, people, you know, they should definitely be patient because right now, that's our first priority. And then once that gets done, then from there, you know, like you said, to just follow, you know, whatever, you know, our government decides to do. And then the other thing being that, you know, that you guys have been great through all this, you know, the whole NEW family.
Right.
And, you know, it's great to listen to you guys and so forth because not only can we keep with the news and know what's happening as it's happening, but not just be bombarded like the way you watch TV and just see the same sad things over and over, you know?
I mean, it's literally, this is all that we know how to do. Normally we'd be doing a comedy show.
Yeah, but you guys do it great. Unlike some of those other jocks that all they know how to do is just throw on a record and so forth. You know, they're like trained monkeys. You guys, from, you know, all this stuff that some people
They aren't
think
like
is silly.
trained monkeys. They're actually trained monkeys.
Oh, that's excellent.
That's why they're not able to talk.
There's some seals also that work in that business.
Yeah,
I thank you so much, Oscar.
You got it, boys.
And I think everybody here, with the exception of Fez, has really, really gotten behind the...
What do you mean? I'm here.
Me and security are worried about you.
Security's out of control.
Fez, Al tells me that Eddie Trunk never got back from Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
He lost his ass out there long before any of this. But no, he
cashed in his plane ticket.
So no show tomorrow. No Eddie Trunk show tomorrow night.
Right.
Maybe, Earl.
And somehow
stop up.
No, the funny thing was, he was supposed to start the Friday night show tonight.
Yeah.
Right.
And
well, I heard that he lost $20,000 just in Keno.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Eddie's got a problem.
Yeah.
Do we know what hotel he's staying at? I'd love to give him a call.
I don't know, but I have a cell number. That might be on.
Yeah, see if he wants to go on with us.
Sure.
That could be something you're doing, Earl, instead of, you know, just holding up...
mean notes.
Yeah, porno notes about whatever you want to write. He puts a what rhymes with labia note in front of me when I'm trying to do my show.
Well, you're trying to talk to someone about what's going on in their life.
Here's Al. Al, you're on the Ron and Fez show.
Al.
You.
Yeah, go ahead. Al.
Yes, my friend.
Yeah, Highway Patrol, New York City. How are you?
Cool in the gang.
Yeah, just listen. We want to thank everybody out there standing on the side of the street night after night, clapping and waving and cheering us on. It really makes us keep working hard and doing what we have to do out
what
there.
does that feel like for you?
It swells you up. You want to cry, you want to control yourself, but you got a job to do, so we just keep going on, and we just appreciate everybody out there, volunteers coming up with food and drinks and clothes. You got to be down there to see what's going on. It's absolutely amazing. Never seen it before in my life.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, take care.
See ya, Al. Thanks for the call. 877-692-1027.
Here is Luke. Luke, you're on Ron and Fez.
Go ahead, Luke.
Luke.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, Luke.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
You're on the air, buddy. Go ahead.
A little jittery. I just wanted to make a few points about the false sense of security in this country before this all happened. You have people walking around thinking, we were untouchable and stuff like that, that things like this don't happen. And unfortunately, I think the truth of the matter is, even after this happens, there's really no way to be 100%, protected from this stuff, and people don't know, the ideals that these fundamentalists have over there, It's a really frightening thing, there's always the threat of, this biological stuff you always hear about. God forbid something like that ever goes down.
Yeah.
And,
God forbid, but of course it's a possibility.
we got to stand strong and do what we got to do, but...
Well, let's hope we can lighten some of the risk by actually getting the people responsible for this one.
Well, that's what we need to do. We need to go
after
all of them, get rid of all of them, because, they're a real threat. And these people, around here you start seeing people think they're just like fanatics and maniacs, and they are, but, they're also very disciplined, and, they are kind of smart, unfortunately. So, can't underestimate the enemy. We have to... Got to really, go after these guys and, do the right thing.
Fez, what were you reading today? You said how long they've been planning this attack.
I had heard one report that said this could have been in the works for as many as 5 years, with getting people into the country, and then, of course, the flight school training that we're learning more and more about each day.
Right, and you got to think, these guys did this stuff with, almost literally, nowhere near the technology we have. It was basically box cutters, and they stole some of our planes. God forbid, imagine, these guys get together. You got to also wonder about the problems in the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union and China and stuff like that. They got nuclear arms over there. They're hurting for money. You don't know if they're going to go sell this stuff, and, God forbid any of this stuff happens.
Yeah.
Before I go, I just want to say one more thing. I know everyone's thanking you guys for, doing your coverage and everything. And like you guys said last night, you're not really doing anything, but one thing I definitely appreciate, guys like you and O&A, even Don and Mike, is, the flat-out honesty that you guys have, been coming across with. That's something to be said for that, and I definitely appreciate that.
Thank you, my friend.
And everybody else out there, miracles definitely do happen, because I listened to the sports guys for 2 days in a row, almost the whole show. So,
beauty. All right.
Hey, find some guys out there, all right, guys?
Those are good guys. Matter of fact, sports guys coming in tomorrow at 9 to, I believe, 12 o'clock. They will help out with the Hard Rock Cafe effort. So, sports guys are buddies, Fez.
Yeah, sports guys stepping up to the plate. They'll be on 9 to noon tomorrow on 102.7 WNEW. And then Buzz Burbank from the Don and Mike Show will take over some coverage from there. Here is Roger. Roger, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello?
Turn your radio down, Roger.
Turn the radio down. Hi, I'm a teacher in Elizabeth, New Jersey, a high school teacher, and I run the yearbook there. And the minute that the World Trade Center, both buildings had gotten hit, the reaction was immediate. Teachers were talking about it. And on a personal note.
Really?
Yeah.
Teachers started talking about it right away.
Not the students, but amongst themselves.
Really? Yeah. Oh.
We didn't share it with the students right away. We weren't sure how they were going to react. And I went to school in New York. I grew up in Manhattan, so on a personal note, just the buildings themselves, that was devastating.
Yeah.
But the kids have been amazing. I was invited today to go by and donate at a vigil, water, and they want to send gloves. And we have kids from, all over the planet, really. And like someone had said earlier, I'm used to seeing flags of a lot of different countries, and everything is the American flag. And all the kids, even they've been here maybe just for 2 years, a year, a couple of months, they all really have reacted really strongly to it. So I've been really impressed by that, and it's everywhere. You see it all over the place. Tonight I look out my window, there's candles in all the windows. People, just the way that they're walking around seems different. I've never seen anything like this before, I guess nobody has.
Thank you very much, Roger.
All right, thanks a lot.
See you, buddy.
Keep taking care of the kids.
All right, thank you.
The Mike is on. Here's Mike. You're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, man? I just want to tell all the firefighters in the city, man, they're doing a fantastic job. Police officers, volunteers, everybody. It's great. It makes me proud to be American. And I also want to say, the pessimistic people in the country, I was on the Internet the other day. People were saying you deserve. It makes me sick. It's disgusting. The fact that people are showing pride in their country and coming to it when it's in need is a fantastic thing. And I just want to, tell everybody they're doing a fantastic job and to keep going. And a personal friend of mine is a firefighter in the city, and I just think it's fantastic. The guy hasn't seen his family in almost 4 days now. It's going on. And and he just keeps going, and I'm sure everybody's going through it, and I just think it's wonderful that people come to the country's aid when it's needed.
Thank you very much. Heroes, baby.
All right, man?
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See you guys later.
I know the same people that a week ago you were probably honking at in traffic are probably now together at the donation centers and stuff.
Well, Fez, you know, something like this reminds us how much we have in common.
Yeah.
Here's something, because people want to help. They keep asking us, I want to help. People are saying, I feel helpless. I don't know what to do. Here's an instant feedback, Fezzy, from Gwen. She says she's a physician working at the site, at the World Trade Center site. Needs people to do this. Franklin Square Fire Department will be accepting any donations to support the canine units. These dogs ID living patients and, you know, even cadavers, and there's a bomb detection group there. There's a great need for dog food and any veterinary supplies. Anyone interested in donating, please drop off items to the Franklin Square Fire Department Saturday, that's tomorrow morning, between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's at 841 Liberty Place, Franklin Square, Long Island.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. You want to help out, especially a lot of you people that have pets and can help out with dog food or any kind of vet supplies. It's the Franklin Square Fire Department between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m., Liberty Place, 841 Liberty Place, Franklin Square, Long Island.
They need the dog chow for all the dogs that are working throughout this thing.
They don't know what they do without those dogs, as a matter of fact. Those dogs help a lot. Here's Porsche. Porsche, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Porsche.
Hi, this is Portia.
Hey, Portia.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Ron and Fez. How are you guys doing?
Cool in the gizmo.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm on a cell phone.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead, Portia.
I just simply wanted to say that I'm really proud right now to be a New Yorker under the leadership and guidance of Mayor Giuliani. I think he's done a phenomenal job. But his press conferences, he's covered all the basics. He's addressing issues that all of us are concerned about, the air quality, the health and concern and exhaustion of the rescue workers. And I just think he's handling himself in a phenomenal way. It's absolutely fantastic. Hats off to him.
He's good. He can't be shaken throughout this crisis.
And then also, I just wanted to say, I know people are concerned about what they can do to contribute, the donations and whatnot. People can also get online and write letters to the news stations if they're concerned about what's being disclosed, the information or the misinformation. Get online and write letters. They have websites. They have email addresses. You know, we are people hooked into technology right now. We can certainly reach out and let our voice be heard.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You
Thank
know,
you, Portia.
Al, she came up with a great idea there, Al. We probably need to be working on a lot of the different websites that people can help with. Here is Dan. Dan, you're on Ron and Fez. Hey, Dan.
Hi, how you doing, guys? I'm a little bit exhausted. I've been working I don't know how many hours in the last couple of days. I just had a couple of comments. I haven't been listening to the show, so I hope I'm not being repetitive. I've been at work.
Don't worry about it, even if you are, my friend.
Okay. The couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, as far as the interviews go, every time I have a chance to watch the news, it seems like it's out-of-towners are giving interviews with the media. And first of all, I don't like the things they're saying about what they're seeing there, because I don't even know how to explain it, but it's really not for people to even hear.
Right, I understand.
People who have people missing, it's just unbelievable, and they don't want to hear those things. The other thing is, with the volunteers, they're actually turning people away now because they have so many. But the winter is coming, and you hope that the same people that are out there now will be out there when it's 20 degrees out, you know what I mean? So maybe something people could do is maybe make a list at work, and, if you work in a large corporation, work in shifts, like you would take one day a month, and at least they could set up some type of system where there would be coverage when it's freezing cold and people need coffee, hot chocolate, tea, things like that, because this is not going to be done in a month or 2 months or even close to that amount of time. So it's just something to consider, because everything that's being donated, it doesn't matter what the overabundance looks like, it's all going to be used. They're going to need everything that's there, and they need even more. So keep it coming, but just remember, in the months to come, don't let your guard down, like you said. Are people going to stay up with this, the flag waving and things like that? It's very important that people do keep it up, and it means a lot to the guys that are in there. So,
thank you very much, Dan.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate everything you're doing for us, too, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll all be needed down the line. The people that tried to all run out and donate blood, which was great, and a lot of them got turned away. Trust me, that blood gets needed year-round.
Well, especially if we go into this and it becomes a full-fledged war, Fezzy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Then we're in it for the long haul.
Here's Glenn. Glenn, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Glenn.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
What can we do for you tonight, Glenn?
One thing is, the one thing I've been hearing throughout the last 4 days is the need of coffee. Since this is going on, no one's been advertising on commercials, on the radio or anything. I think if Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks were to step up, that would be the best advertisement in the last 4 days. It would be bigger than the Super Bowl advertisement.
Glenn, I tell you the truth, I don't know. Maybe those people have. We went through this earlier between, just because you don't see Coca-Cola and McDonald's on TV, it doesn't mean that they're not running down there. So I have no idea. Maybe they're doing wonderful stuff.
Right.
I surely don't want to, judge. I'll send them out a bunch of Planet Java.
One more thing, gentlemen. Right now, our freedom is on recess, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we're just taking a step back, and what this is going to do is going to make us appreciate it more when this is all said and done.
Thank you, Glenn. I sure hope so, my friend. Sit.
Take care. Yeah, we had a call earlier. The guy was mentioning companies by name. One of them was Home Depot. He goes, what were they doing? And then it turns out they did a massive effort, and a huge donation to the United Way. Plus, they're doing collection efforts, and in the weeks to come, they're going to start doing blood drives at their stores.
Here's Richard. Richard, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, listen, I just wanted to acknowledge the people in the financial industry who are busting their humps to get this right. It's a real important thing for our country, especially with what we're about to do. And a lot of these companies, they lost, I don't have exact numbers, but they lost a majority of their people or entire branch offices, and they're busting their hump. And I also want to acknowledge those people, those spouses that are waiting at home for the missing people, and the odds aren't good. And a friend of mine is missing as well. If I could just mention his name, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. His name's Noel Foster, and I'm a college buddy of his. And that's it. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Fez,
Good luck.
As a show of support, because the guy's saying, what about Starbucks?
Right.
Starbucks Cares is I guess their arm of Starbucks company that is involved in their charity work. Starbucks Coffee Company has made a $1 million donation to the September 11th fund.
Yeah, they've put that together through the New York Community Trust and the United Way to help the victims.
So there you go. Don't worry about counting on what your neighbors are doing. People are stepping up. A lot of these big companies are stepping up. So, don't...
It's true. You're not hearing about it. So, don't go ahead and think that nobody's helping when it comes to the corporations.
But if all of a sudden Starbucks ran a spot that said, we've given $1 million,
right.
People go, who the F are you to sit and say, so please. Please. These are all Americans. Starbucks, they're Americans. They're there for us like all of us are right now. You got to be a little careful about finger pointing. Rory, Semper Fi, my friend.
There he is.
877-692-1027. That's our...
When's he leaving for the front?
I don't know yet. There's our front?
Not yet, but I'd like for him to get on his way.
Frank, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, how you doing? There's one thing I want to say. From listening to all this, I find it a horrible thing what happened. But the only thing that I can possibly see that's possibly good out of this is seeing that everyone together, especially New Yorkers, kind of working together to help each other out. That kind of renews my faith in humanity in general. And I think it's just a wonderful thing.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Sit. Here's Kevin. Kevin, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Kevin.
We have finest food
We already did this bit earlier.
We've already had General Patton on.
Yeah. Here's Don. Don, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Don.
Whoa, hey, you there?
Yeah, we're here, buddy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell you a story. I got a message on my machine last night from an old Marine bud of mine. He's now he's a major in the reserves. He got out, but he's in the reserves. Turns out he was in New York City this past weekend. I didn't know this. I get the message from him. I call him. Turns out he volunteered his services, left his job, whatever job he was doing this weekend, and was picking rubble off the site this weekend. And I had so much pride in the guy.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go back down and sign up again. I've been out 7 years now, but man, just what he did, it just gets me right to the core, man.
Sure, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. I just want to let you know this guy's from L.A. too.
Yeah.
So people all around the world. I've spoken to a couple of friends that are in Illinois, and they're behind us 1,000%.
Well, we're gonna need them all. We're gonna need this country, Fuzzy.
And I plan on taking my $300 whatever tax money I get back, donating that to something.
Great.
I don't need it. Figure buy some bullets, put some put them in their heads.
Whatever it takes.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
Semper Fi, buddy.
Thanks,
Semper
John.
Fi.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for letting us know that.
The president today, Fez, today was actually his most presidential day, especially when he was hanging around the guys, but actually even when he was at the church. They have a plan. I don't know what it is yet. And, I keep hearing, now Pakistan is in, and I don't want to report that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because I don't believe anything I hear yet. I believe what is happening when I hear it from Bush or Colin Powell or whoever happens to be up there. But, last night, Fez's thing had me nervous. Fez was thinking a clean sweep.
Right. Sanitize the region.
The entire Middle East.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Hitting every city? Hitting every major city?
Not hitting every major city, but hitting those terrorist schools and where the terrorists operate. And if that's in more than one country, then yes, that's hitting several countries.
What happens, though, let's say a major country, and they say, no, you can't go shooting missiles into our country. We won't let you. What do we do then?
Well, you have the situation where if there's terrorists operating in that country and we know they're there, that country will have the opportunity to hand them over to take care of that situation themselves. And if you protect terrorists, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of this war.
Wow. That'll be something.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here.
Right.
Jackie, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
How are you guys?
Hey, baby.
Just wanted to kind of reiterate a little bit. I'm not speaking on behalf of the American Red Cross, but I do work for them, and I'm proud to say that I work for them and the work that they're doing. In the upcoming months, the supplies and the blood supplies and the volunteers, we're going to be needing them. Don't feel frustrated that people are pushing you away or you're not needed, and I know you feel helpless. But just bear with us. We're definitely going to need you in the months to come. Can't say thank you enough. And I keep telling my family, I'm fortunate to work where I work. To see the outpouring of the American people coming together is incredible. Incredible. It's overwhelming.
It does seem to be happening, doesn't it, Donna?
Absolutely. You could not imagine the thousands and thousands upon thousands of phone calls that we've received for people donating their time, their money, their businesses. I'm shaking. It's absolutely incredible to see and hear. And like I said, I am fortunate enough to work where I work and to be able to see the good that came out of this devastation. It's amazing. It makes me prouder than ever to be an American. And it's overwhelming, but please don't give up. I want everybody to know that in months to come, this is not an overnight thing. This is going to take months and months and months, and to still have that wanting to help 6 months from now or 3 months from now when we're going to need it. So I thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job. I've been tuning in as much as I can. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that's out there, the firefighters, the EMTs, the doctors, nurses. You have no idea the amounts of calls that we have received. It's really, really something.
Thanks,
Thank
Jackie.
you.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Much.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
877-692-1027.
We'll take more of your calls tonight. We're going to play some of the 10-10 wins because Fez is doing the pee-pee dance.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah.
My legs are crossed.
So we're going to put on some 10-10 wins for you. We'll be right back, and we'll keep the phone lines open till midnight. Anything at all you want to talk about, 877-692-1027. We are 102.7 WNEW.
And now we turn it over to 1010 Wins News.
102.7 WNEW New York, carrying live coverage from Infinity sister station 1010 Wins of the tragedy at the World Trade Center.
Pulse those numbers in hopes that someone will answer or that they can be located in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Now, the idea came from Lucent Technology spokesman John Skalko. He says that basically what happens is that every time a cell phone is on, it emits a signal, and they're hoping that they can key in on this signal. Says they've got the equipment to locate cell phones, he says, and this is as good an opportunity as any to try and use them. Wins News Time, 10:09. Make that 10:29, rather. Sometimes it takes a tragedy to realize just how lucky you have things. One of New York's bravest would tell you that 2 of his brothers are missing after the Trade Center attack.
Kenneth Haskell isn't digging for his brothers today. The 32-year-old firefighter from Ladder Company 159 is too emotionally and physically drained. He's been digging since the attack for his missing brothers, Tommy, a fire captain in Ladder Company 132, and Timothy, a firefighter in Rescue Squad 18. Besides them, he estimates he knows at least 20 other firefighters, good friends too, missing.
Many times I find myself having to take a step back, and I'm overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. The sight is unbelievable. The destruction and, the heartache.
And as he grieves, Haskell says what really bothers him is that the suspected mastermind, Osama bin Laden, is still around.
I find it hard to believe that he wasn't dealt with already. I mean, it wasn't like we didn't know the guy was a threat. He's been talking openly about committing terrorist acts against the Northeast in particular.
Haskell says he just hopes President Bush acts decisively. Carol Dioria, 1010 Wins in Seaford, Long Island.
Wins News Time, 10:30. Our nonstop coverage continues now with Lori Madden.
Good evening. On this National Day of Remembrance, it was a night of remembrance in the city with a number of candlelight vigils.
As it has since Tuesday night, Union Square once again became the site of an impromptu candlelight vigil. Word of mouth, email, and posted flyers led hundreds of New Yorkers to stand side by side.
I see strangers hugging strangers. It's a big community.
As much as there's an urge to unite, there were clear differences in the moments before the vigil began. Groups of people began shouting at each other, debating about what America and the city should do.
Get away from me. Wait, over there.
They were arguing about whether America should retaliate or come together and unite in peace. Eileen Palmer, 10 Wins in Union Square. Let's go to reporter Steve Kastenbaum on the Brooklyn Promenade.
Flowers festoon the wrought iron fence on the Brooklyn Promenade, a point where it feels like you can reach out across the East River and touch the skyscrapers of lower Manhattan. Thousands stood in silent tribute, the full gravity of the events of this week realized as they stared out at the void in that picture postcard view recognized all around the world.
Looking across at the buildings, there's just a big hole that connects with the hole that I feel inside of me today. And being here with everybody, lighting the light, I feel it's a way of saying there's a light in the darkness and we'll get through all of this.
Candles burned through the night in silent tribute. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Winds on the Brooklyn Promenade.
Winds News Time, 10:31. Let's get an update on traffic and transit. We go to Jeff McKay.
Oh, we just got this in from the city. Bus service is tentatively scheduled to resume sometime tomorrow below Canal Street. The schedules and the routes will be posted later on, but we just did get the word in. Meanwhile, it looks like the Brooklyn Bridge and the Battery Tunnel will still stay closed until further notice, as will the Holland Tunnel. But, of course, there is hope now. As you make your trip across the Hudson, the Lincoln and George Washington Bridge, they're okay. Cross Bronx, Bruckner, Major Deegan, actually a very quiet night tonight in the Bronx. Nassau County roadway shaping up well. No problems to report in New Jersey on the Turnpike of the Garden State Parkway. Remember, Newark Airport, LaGuardia, JFK, they are on a very, very limited schedule. So if you do happen to have a flight scheduled, make sure you call ahead to your carrier and budget a lot of extra travel time. Alternate side parking will be in effect tomorrow in the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island, but it will be suspended in Manhattan. I'm Jeff McKay, Shadow Traffic, 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 10:32. Let's get an update now from 1010 Winds reporter Jim McGifford. He has the latest on the national and international scene. Jim?
And the Justice Department has made its first arrest of any kind in connection with the terrorist investigation. A spokesman says a warrant was issued for a person described as a material witness who has highly relevant information and posed a serious flight risk. There's no indication what that information might be. There is no word where the subject was picked up. The Pentagon is calling thousands of reservists to active duty for what's called Homeland Defense. That includes the patrols of U.S. airspace from coast to coast. That move comes after the House joined the Senate in approving emergency aid for victims of the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. The measure authorizes a total of $40 billion in emergency spending, half to help with the recovery, half to hunt down the perpetrators. The President and the Pentagon are weighing how to eradicate the terrorists involved in the attacks and the states and organizations that support them. Secretary of State Colin Powell says military strike options go far beyond the short-term cruise missile assaults of past years.
You need to understand you cannot separate your activities from the activity of these perpetrators. And in our response, we will have to take into account not only the perpetrators, but those who provide haven, support, inspiration, financial, and other assets to the perpetrators.
Investigators have been able to put names now, or at least aliases, to the 19 hijackers. This is Attorney General John Ashcroft.
Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released a list of 19 individuals who have been identified as hijackers aboard the 4 airliners that crashed on Tuesday.
Ashcroft says they're also looking for more than 100 other people the FBI wants to talk to about the terror strikes. FBI Director Robert Mueller says experts are examining the black boxes that were recovered from the wreckage of the jet that crashed into the Pentagon, and one of the black boxes, the flight data recorder, retrieved from the plane that went down in Pennsylvania.
As of this moment, we have not learned or received anything off those recorders. Well, actually, I should say we have not received anything off the voice data recorder. There is that recorder, which is other than the voice data recorder at the Pentagon that we picked up, and we did receive information off that.
Now there's word that Atlanta may have been targeted by the terrorists. The Associated Press quotes unidentified sources as saying information obtained during FBI interviews of people who knew the hijackers indicate that Atlanta was chosen. Authorities say they're still developing leads, and they decline to be more specific about whether the terrorist threat to the United States in this wave continues. Winds News Time, 10:35. I'm Jim McGifford. Our nonstop coverage continues on 1010 Winds with Laurie Madden.
And we got a big warning from Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick tonight aimed at anyone who's trying to create a little mischief.
If we catch people calling in bomb threats, they are going to be arrested. They are going to be charged federally, and we're going to see to it, or try to see to it, that they do time in prison.
Carrick announcing that a New York City man was arrested for phoning in a bomb threat to an elementary school. The city, the nation has been jittery with numerous bomb threats being phoned in, places being evacuated like airports, the Capitol the other day. The police commissioner issuing a warning to anyone who's even thinking of pulling such a stunt. WINS News Time 1036, the harrowing final moments of one of the hijacked planes may have been a struggle between hijackers and passengers. It certainly seems that way, resulting in its crash in Pennsylvania. A New Jersey man was on that plane, and 1010 WINS reporter Mark O'Brien spoke to his family.
To Lisa Beamer of Cranberry, husband Todd is a hero, an athletic man she believes helped crash United Flight 93 into a wooded area outside Pittsburgh, saving Camp David, the White House, and many lives.
I know that those personality traits would have come through to keep him calm in a crisis and just help him to discern what was the best thing to do for himself and for the other passengers, as well as whatever they knew about who they were helping on the ground at that time.
And now she wants her 2 sons and a child on the way to know their daddy was a hero.
He was a hero before this happened. He was a hero just for the way he lived his life.
Mark O'Brien, 1010 WINS in New Jersey.
WINS News Time 1037. Here's another reminder of the magnitude of the terrorist attack. About 1,000 cars remain in commuter lots in the New York area with nobody coming to claim them. Metro North Railroad officials say they hope some of the cars belong to rescue workers or people stranded at airports, but they've started to cross-check a list of owners with a list of those missing at the World Trade Center. Baseball fans will need extra time to get into the stadiums, and they're going to find it more difficult to bring their own food when games resume on Monday. Major League Baseball announcing several additional security initiatives today, including the banning of coolers, backpacks, and large bags that will be put in place when games resume for the first time since Tuesday's attacks. WINS News Time 1038. Even as they track down missing workers, companies displaced by the destruction of the World Trade Center are already looking ahead to another daunting task. That's a scramble for office space in and around Manhattan. About 25 million square feet of office space was destroyed or heavily damaged in the attacks, about the same amount as in all of Dayton, Ohio, or Louisville, Kentucky. According to OSHA and the EPA, the air is safe to breathe for people who may return to work Monday in Lower Manhattan. Officials from both agencies say the air has been tested over the past few days, and the level of asbestos in outdoor samples was very low and deemed safe. Indoor samples were even lower. The major symbols of freedom in Washington are still closed, along with an expanded security zone around the White House. No visits to the Capitol, no tours of the White House, no posing at Lincoln and Jefferson memorials. WINS News Time 1039. Federal officials on Friday reopened the skies to most private planes, which had been grounded with commercial airlines following the attacks. This decision affects some 200,000 private aircraft. Under the arrangements, the government announced general aviation pilots must file flight plans with the FAA and be directed by air traffic controllers. With all the grounded flights, Americans have turned to Amtrak in record numbers. Almost all of Amtrak's long-distance trains have been sold out since Tuesday. The railway had no immediate figures on ridership, but took in $4 million today. That's double the amount for a normal day. In Connecticut, the Mohegan Tribe announced today that it will contribute $1 million to the fund to assist families of victims in the World Trade Center attacks. WINS News Time 1040.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Our non-stop coverage continuing on 1010 WINS. President Bush was at Ground Zero today, thanking firefighters and other rescue and recovery workers at the site of the wreckage. Earlier, the president, along with 4 former presidents, assembled at the National Cathedral in Washington on this day of remembrance. And tonight, candlelight vigils being held throughout the tri-state area. President Bush declaring a national emergency and ordering up 50,000 reservists to active duty. Federal investigators now think Atlanta may have been on the terrorists' hit list. The area airports once again back in business. The Justice Department identifying 19 people now as the hijackers. Some of them lived in Fort Lee and in Wayne, New Jersey. And Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party warning the United States not to attack in retaliation, saying there will be revenge. Wins News Time 1041. Let's get an update on traffic and transit. We go to Jeff McKay.
Well, let's start with the transit picture. The subways will be bypassing stations south of Canal Street. However, the buses won't, starting possibly tomorrow. The city has announced that bus service is tentatively scheduled to resume sometime tomorrow below Canal Street in several areas. Schedule and routes will be posted later on. Meanwhile, the Staten Island ferry service remains suspended. Hopefully, they will have that back possibly by Monday. C-train service will remain out until further notice. Airports open, but operating on a very limited schedule. Times Square operating, but also apparently on a very limited schedule. Very slow right now in Times Square. Not much traffic. Not many people milling about here on the camera. Looks like right now it's just a very quiet night on both Broadway and 7th Avenue heading into the heart of Midtown. Even not that many taxi cabs on a night where normally there would be a lot. The Lincoln Tunnel, the George Washington Bridge, no delays at all. Holland Tunnel remains closed until further notice, as does the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and the Brooklyn Bridge. Alternate side parking in effect tomorrow in the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. Suspended in Manhattan. I'm Jeff McKay. Shadow Traffic 1010 wins.
Wins News Time 1042. A big morale boost for the search and rescue workers down at the wreckage of the World Trade Center. President Bush visiting Ground Zero today.
That was during his trip to New York, and that's 1010 news coverage. What's going on at Ground Zero? We're Ron and Fez on 102.7 WNEW.
President Bush at the Ground Zero, probably at his best today, Fezzy.
Yeah. And those guys were grateful to see him. The whole country was grateful to see him out there.
Here's, look who it is, our old pal Psycho Mark on the line. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up with you?
Hanging out with Liz.
Nice.
And she's just brought some supplies to me here in Hell Central. And just hanging out at the bar, drinking here in the neighborhood.
I don't make you a bad person.
What's that?
I don't make you a bad person. You're doing other drinks.
Oh, of course. Let me step outside. Hold on a sec. I got to hear here. So I just want to say hi to you guys.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to you guys in a long time, and you guys are the greatest.
Yes, we
really
are. We really are.
And I just want to say all the other radio stations around are miserable mother effers. They are just the worst.
Why do you say that?
Because how many goddamn trilogy crap, stupid effing songs? How many times when you hear Don Henley's End of Innocence or stupid New York City moment goddamn song? Idiots. Morons. They're just morons. They're just idiots.
I thought we were all coming together now.
Well, we're not. We are all together, but not all of us.
Yeah.
Not that chick at ABC that I had to scream at today. What a douchebag.
What is that about?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but TV producers, they all create them out of the same molds, and they're women, and they're effing nuts. They've just got no brains, no common sense, and they're complete twats.
Where is, what's O'Reilly been saying about all this?
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Bill?
Yeah.
What's going on with the Factor?
Dude, I haven't seen Mr. Factor in a while. I mean, because I haven't really left Ground Zero since actually last Sunday.
Really?
And I've been down
2
here
days before the bombing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thrown out of bed when the first plane hit. And the second one I saw come in about 10 minutes later. And it's just, needless to say, well, the rest is history.
Yeah.
But, I've just been hooking up satellite dishes for Fox and just trying to... You know what it is? Keeping busy is the best part. Because I haven't watched any TV, and I haven't watched any stuff, and I'm just focusing on just keeping busy and trying to work and focus on trying to help, bring people more information,
All right, Mark. It's good to hear from you, buddy.
But I just want to say hi to you guys. And actually, Liz wants to say hi to you guys.
We love
Liz.
her. Yeah.
And I know you guys love her. She's fantastic. I had to call her because I called my own friend Ben, and he wouldn't bring underwear to me. He was such a dick.
Really?
Oh,
yes,
Ben.
I know. See, I know I'm calling it out on Ron and Fez, but he wouldn't bring underwear to me, so he's a dick. But Liz did that.
Good.
Because I have none. And I just want to call you guys and say hi. She wants to say hi.
Okay, put her on real quick.
Hold on a sec, real fast.
Right.
Hot Liz.
Hello.
Hi, Liz. How you doing, baby?
I am doing so much better than I was.
Yeah.
Because honestly, now that I'm here and I'm like way in the zone,
yeah.
and like Mark took me up to where Fox is filming, so I got to get like the view of everything, got to see like the rescue effort and whatnot. And honestly, I feel 100% better here, and everyone here is handling it so much better than everyone out in suburbia is.
Is that right?
And it's because just we're out there, and like especially where I am out by Sandy Hook, you can see the skyline from a half a mile from my house.
Right.
Like, we've been going out there and just looking at these big puffs of smoke where the towers used to be, and you don't see the camaraderie and just how, like, everyone here in the city is handling it better than suburbia is, which is amazing me. Like, everyone's just so much more in tune with each other. Everyone is just so, like, it really is absolutely amazing. Of course, I did see a couple of things, and Mark did have to deal with a couple of my little, like, female outbursts where I got all hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
But...
Like a female TV producer.
The miserable bitches were all in this together.
All right, Liz.
All right.
Take care, honey.
You guys are the best.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, love you guys.
All right,
take care. Those two make quite a pair.
Yeah, they are. There's, I'd love to
Cut from
say...
the same mold there.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I'd love them to have a foul-mouthed child.
Oh,
Just
wouldn't
the
that
two
be
of
nice?
them. Yeah.
Just a little baby that actually cussed out the priest at his christening.
That would be so nice.
You know, we talked about our own Eddie Trunk being in Las Vegas. He had taken a trip. He hasn't been able to get back to New York. Just noticing on the news that Las Vegas did a tribute just now where they were turning out the lights along the strip, Ronnie.
Really?
As many lights as you see out in Las Vegas. A lot of the big casinos were turning them all off.
And tomorrow...
I had the feeling Trunk's involved.
Tomorrow, Las Vegas is doing a tribute to Neil Diamond, which you would not believe. It looks exactly like him, and you get a dinner with it.
Uncanny.
No, it's canny.
It is?
It's canny.
More canny than
Yeah. Here's Amy. Amy, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Amy.
Hi. I just want to say because I called a few nights ago, and a friend of mine was missing, but he called me today, and he's okay. And I just want to let everybody know that, like, who has family or friends that are still missing that are being searched for, that there is definite hope.
All right, that's great to hear.
Thank you,
Amy.
honey.
Yeah, and I love you guys, and you guys are still doing a kick-ass show.
All right, bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
God bless.
Here's Bill. Bill, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Bill. Bill?
We lost Bill.
All right, Bill's not there.
Here is Joe. Joe, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, Joe?
How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I'm a new Navy recruit going in about a week and a half. And, you know, you can see all these movies about war and this and that, but, I sat down, I was in Hoboken last night, I talked to an old man, and he said, you guys are finally realizing what we felt all these years. You know, you scoff at old guys, and they, break your balls about things and about pride in America. And, I never felt this before, I want to go and do this for my country, It's just amazing.
How old are you, Joe?
I'm 24 years old, and, I tell you what, I'm a blue-collar guy. I never went to college, and, I never really had anything like call my own or... You know what I mean? Like I'm community school like dropout. The whole 9 yards. And I know everyone tells me I have S luck, but I don't think I do. I think I'm ready to go over there and make a difference. Speak up for my buddies here that are just ripping roofs off and paving and landscaping. And I got a week and a half before I go. I mean, I don't know what I'm getting into, but I'm ready for it.
You just signed up the other day?
No, I signed up back in June.
Oh, okay.
And but you know what? I'm just like I'm doing it for all the guys that can't do it. Like my, it just blows my mind. I never felt like this before. And like my grandfather's a WW2 vet. And he's like, nah, he told me, like he even told me today. He's like, this is what we're talking about. This is the stuff that we're talking about, and you guys are finally getting a glimpse of it. And I just wanted to say, God bless you guys and your families, and hopefully, everything will be all right for me and all the guys that are out there, and God bless the guys at Ground Zero, and, that's all I wanted to say.
Take care of yourself, Joe.
Yeah, take real good care, be careful, and thank you for volunteering.
Hey, Fez, you ever think about joining the Navy, or you just like to dress up that way?
That's just an outfit that I have for special weekends.
Here's David. David, you're on Ron and Fez.
And Carrie.
How you guys doing? I just want to make an announcement to all TLC licensed drivers, all yellow cab drivers. They need volunteers to take around people, take around rescue workers, back to and fro, whatever. Just head over to the Javits Center. You just go ahead, sign up, find out where they need you stationed at, whether it's the Armory on 25th and Lex, wherever they need you. They need us, guys. Just go out there and do what you got to do.
All right, thanks, man.
And just one more comment. You guys had mentioned something earlier about celebrities not really putting themselves out there so they don't sensationalize. Well, 2 days ago, I saw Kathleen Turner in front of St. Vincent's Hospital, and she was running around frantic. And this reporter had the gall to try to stop her in the middle of what she's doing, to try to get her to put her face out there. And she just looked at this reporter like, well, what's wrong with you? I'm out here trying to help. I just came to mention that, you know, that these guys who are out there killing themselves trying to dig out, they need clothes. Go to the Stuyvesant school, you know?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what are you doing? She's like, I'm feeding people. What's wrong with you? You know, I mean, these reporters, I mean, I understand they got a job to do, but sometimes they got to think before they act. I mean, it's just crazy.
All right, thanks a lot. I actually saw that myself. Take care, David.
All right, guys.
You saw the Kathleen Turner deal?
Yeah. She looked great.
Darling, I'm making sandwiches.
That's a pretty good impression.
Thanks.
You do any impression of men?
Nah.
Yeah, just China.
Commissioner Foley. I love Eddie Guerrero. 877-692-1027.
Here is Tim. Tim, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey.
Hello, Tim.
Hello. Hey, guys. Listen, I just wanted to tell you guys that I have a chain of pet stores in Manhattan, and,
nice.
You know, I wanted to say thank you to all of our customers that have come in, and they've donated. We've donated so far probably about 4,000 pounds of food for these rescue dogs that are out there and are working hard just like everybody else, and boots and eye wash and ear wash and all that stuff for the animals. And I just wanted to tell anybody out there that they can come by any one of our stores to drop off any kind of supplies, and we'll get it over to them. We have 4 vans that are at their disposal whenever they need them.
All right, and what's your pet stores?
The name of the stores is Furry Paws.
Furry Paws?
Correct. And
okay.
We have a 888 number.
Yeah, go ahead and give it out.
It's 888 All Paws.
All Paws, sure.
All Paws, yeah. And I just wanted to say, God bless these police and firefighters and all these volunteers that are out there.
God bless you, Furry Paws.
They're doing a hell of a job, and you guys are doing a great job on the air there.
Yeah. All right, so there you have. If you got any of those stuff, pet stuff, send them to Furry Paws.
Take care, guys.
All right.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
What about Furry Malls? How's your mom doing, Fez?
She's not that furry. Thank you for asking.
Have you ever shampooed her back?
Yes.
No further questions. But no, I had no further questions. But you just wait. Here's Chuck. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, hey guys.
Hi, buddy.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm a veteran. I served in the 70s, and we were stationed out of New London, Connecticut.
Yeah.
And I remember the days where you come in port, and the locals you get booed, you get at the local military.
Right.
And I think
I have a tough time with your phone there.
My phone's...
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, Chuck. We're having trouble hearing you.
But I guess you were saying that you got booed because you were in the military during the Vietnam War.
During the Vietnam War. Yeah. And I've been going to the promenade, and just, everyone standing at the promenade. God bless America. The last couple of nights has been making me cry.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you for that call, Chuck. 877-692-1027.
Some of the peaceniks, like our own Billy Staples, have got to understand that this is a different situation.
Yeah.
That New York was bombed.
Yeah. This is on our soil. Hippie freak. Billy Staples.
Here's Brandon. Brandon, you're on Manifest.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I think one of the main goals of terrorism is to make somebody afraid to live their daily life and afraid to be a member of a country. And I don't think that's really worked here, because I don't know about anybody else, but I've never been prouder to be an American than right now. I mean, I was driving on the Garden State Parkway today, and over all the overpasses there were people waving flags and holding up signs that said, honk if you love the USA. And it was a pretty emotional moment, and it made me really proud to live in the New York area and also just to be an American in general.
Did you honk?
Yes, definitely.
Good for you.
Yeah.
He was proud. Thank you.
All right, see ya.
That's it.
Thank you for the call.
It's 877-692-1027. Kevin. Kevin, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Kevin.
How are you guys?
What can we do for you?
Oh, I live up in Connecticut, so it's been kind of a strange feeling, a little bit removed from being down there. But I was kind of a casual fan of your show when you switched over to nights. But after listening to O&A and you guys the last few nights, you've got me committed. You're doing a terrific job.
Thanks. That's very nice, my friend.
I just wanted to say, I don't know, it's been a very strange week. I don't know if you guys are aware of the role. Connecticut's had a little bit to do with your success.
Uh-huh.
Governor Rowland has had doctors and ambulances and all kinds of construction equipment ready to come into Connecticut if necessary. I thought that was fantastic. And today in the company I work for a bank in Connecticut. We had everybody in our office wearing red, white, and blue. We took up a collection to go to the Red Cross, and our company's going to match up to $10,000. So big thank you to the company I work for.
That's great, Kevin.
Keep up the good work, guys. You're doing great.
We love Connecticut for everything except for that whole Martha Stewart situation.
Well, we don't have any control over that either.
There you go, my friend. All right, thank you.
She's the next governor.
All right, bye-bye. Connecticut coming through, Fezzy.
Nice. It's good to get the reports out of Connecticut.
Oh, here's somebody we haven't talked to. I guess it's tonight it happened, right, Fuzz?
Right, yeah.
It's our buddy the Assman.
Yep. Man, it's a very sad Assman on Tuesday night.
Assman, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, guys?
Hey, pal.
Oh, boy. I mean, it's been rough. I have, like, I have, like, 4 or 5 cops, friends. I got a few firefighters that are down there. I even have an FBI agent that's out and about doing things. So it's really tense. I mean, they come back. They're like, it's almost like somebody coming back from war. They're like you can never imagine it.
Right.
It's just amazing. So it's just it's gotta keep your chin up. Just push forward and just have faith. I mean, it's just remember those that we lost. And just carry on. It's just, it gets hard once in a while. You just, you get so many different ranges of feelings from anger to fear to just sadness. Sometimes, you just break down. You want to strike out and lash out at somebody, but you don't know who. So it's.
I know exactly how you're feeling, man. I think we've all went through that.
Yeah.
And I guess, we're in the middle of it, Fez. It's not over for us yet. Sometimes you might go back to feeling a little bit normal, and then, you find your heart ripped out again a little later on.
Yeah.
And we don't know what lies ahead of us in the next few days and weeks, and beyond that. Man, what's the story with your operation when you get your staples put in?
Monday I go in.
Monday?
Monday I go in.
Best of luck with that, buddy.
Alrighty, guys.
And how much are you weighing before you go in?
Officially, 5'11".
All right, 5'11".
Oh, you went up.
What about this, man? You lose 350 pounds. You join the Navy as a slim sailor.
Believe me, I lose that weight. You couldn't keep me out of the armed forces. If we're still at war and I have this weight off, I swear to God I'm signing up.
Or you skip the operation and go in as a destroyer.
You know what I want to do? I want to go in now, give me 5,000 White Castles and a lighter.
Oh, jeez. He's not fart jokes. Man, take care of yourself. Be careful with that operation, all right, buddy?
Yeah.
I'll keep in touch.
Best wishes, buddy.
And best wishes to all your buddies. I know you love your pals, man.
I know.
You're the kind of guy who really loves his friends.
Listen, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, as soon as you can, let us know how the operation went.
I will. I'll let you guys in.
All right.
All right, Sean writes, Sean from Queens, are we ever going to hear from the Nature Boy again? What about a Fezzatorial? Does anything remind you of Mother and Bobo? Please don't think I'm an a-hole. Someday we will get back to doing our normal show, Sean.
Right. We'll do that all again. At some point.
And it'll be newer and better and completely different. Fez is not going to play such a big role on the new show.
What? What new show?
We're going to go straight comedy.
I will be here and as prominent as ever.
I talked to Jeremy.
Nazi Jeremy?
Don't call him that. He's European.
Today
he says he's from Switzerland.
Today he tried to tell me he was Chinese.
He asked you if you wanted to eat Chinese.
Oh. I can never understand the Eurotrash accent.
Here's a young kid on the phone, Fuzzy, 13 years old, wants to talk to us.
All right.
I always, for me with the kids, I always feel bad when I just think of what a carefree youth I had.
Carefree, not drug-free, but carefree.
You think I'm proud of that? You think I wish I didn't do it differently, especially now?
I'm not sure.
Do I ever bring up anything about you or your family? No. I treat you like gold.
You just said I had to shampoo my mom's back.
Ben.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Ron and Fez.
You're 13 years old, huh, my man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be kind of nervous. I've never been on a radio show or anything like that.
That's okay.
So, how you guys doing?
We're okay. What can we do for you tonight, Ben?
Well, I've had a couple friends, like, they had relatives and stuff like that I knew. And, like, they weren't very close to me. They weren't, like, blood related or anything of that sort.
Sure.
But, I knew them. And, and I'm just kind of sad because, they died in the whole plane crash thing.
Uh-huh.
And I just kind of need somebody to talk to.
Well, we're here, bud.
And
we're all sad. Everybody is sad. Yeah. Everybody's heart's broken, kid.
Yeah, did you guys know anybody? Or that, that was killed?
I didn't know anyone directly, but one of my pals back home lost a cousin. Well, I'm going to say his cousin is still missing.
Oh, that's horrible.
And I found that out today.
You know, a strange story. Somebody said to me, and it just goes to show you how much your life has changed this whole time. Someone said, oh, whatever happened with the people in the Big Brother house? And I go, I didn't even think of that because I watched every Big Brother show.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then I said, Monica on there is from Brooklyn. So I look up the website when we're sitting in our office to see if they ended the show or if they told them. Monica has a missing cousin.
Oh, man.
So, I mean, it's touched so many people. I know it's a bizarre case. I'm thinking of that, but,
that shows how enormous this thing is.
Yeah, and did you guys hear about how much blood was received?
No.
There was actually, how the whole blood drive thing's been going on?
Right.
And I'm very proud to be able to say this, but there were maybe double the amount of blood needed.
Sure.
And which is, I thought that, only a couple people would donate blood and we'd be a shortage. And,
All right, pal.
All right.
I'm glad you called us tonight, all right, my man?
All right. Is it all right to say see you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure you can.
Not like that, though. A little deeper, like you're a man. No, that's too deep.
That's too deep.
Yeah, one more time.
Higher.
All right. Huh. All right, Fez is going to get your number, okay? No, don't
and
give
waist
it to him.
size.
Don't give it to him, all right? Come on. See you later, Ben.
All right, bye, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the call, Ben.
877-692-1027. Here is Alicia. Alicia, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Alicia.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Well, I'm from a very small town in Jersey, very, very small. It's only a couple miles long, and I just want to say I deliver pizza, and every corner, I'm not kidding, there are people with donation drives, and it's absolutely amazing. Like, I'm kind of young. I've never been through any confrontation. I'm 19. I've never, lived through many, I was alive for Desert Storm, but that, I was in grade school then, so it was no big deal. But it's amazing to see just how much everybody comes together, and in the suburbs, it's, a little different because we're not there in the rubble, but it's affected everybody beyond belief. Me and my mom stay up till like 2 or 3 in the morning, hysterical, watching the news. Like, I don't think I've cried this much in my entire life, and it's a little ray of hope, even as far as in the middle of Jersey, to see that we're doing something, and it feels really good.
I'm glad to hear it, honey. Take care of yourself. Thanks for calling us.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you for the call. 877-692-1027.
Here's Mike. Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Buddy.
First of all, I just want to say what a refreshing voice you guys are. I used to listen all the time. I was a regular caller, to Paulo on Fridays, giving my movie reviews. But I haven't had the opportunity, but I'm coming back tonight from the World Trade Center thing. Not necessarily ground zero, but ground one. My company's got a trailer set up there with power tools, drill bits, saw blades, all like that to help these guys out. And, man, I'm telling you, coming back from there, it's just an unbelievable thing, I happened to pick up a fireman who was just looking for a ride. He's from Springfield, Massachusetts, and I was fine the whole time I was down there until I got to talking to him. And he's thanking me, and I'm saying, are you kidding me? I mean, I'm just running tools and supplies in, man. You guys are doing it all, you know.
Yeah.
And like I say, I just want to say I haven't had the opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're coming back, like you were saying before, Ron. You know, you just run a gamut of emotions all day long.
Yeah,
you know?
it's amazing. And, you know, right now I can't even remember the show we used to do. I had not thought of Polo, and it seemed like when you did the Geek, that seems like so long ago, like years ago.
Even the first show since the disaster that we did, the Tuesday night show, seems so long ago.
Yeah, you, at a time where you would want time to move along, it does seem to be dragging, I guess, because everybody's just hanging, hoping that, you know, we're going to get some people out of this, you know. And everybody down there, they're still all about that. That's all they want to do is keep on working. I mean, it's like a whole city unto itself down there, you know. And you just,
I'm so proud of those guys. I'm really, really so proud of those guys.
Man, you can't say enough. It's just incredible, you know. They just keep on going. But I just want to say, really, you know, this is getting to be a little bit of a cliche, and a terrible thing to be a cliche. But God bless you guys. Keep on keeping on, and you know, you made a Teamsters night tonight. Let me tell you.
Thank you, man.
Thanks
to all the Union Brothers out there too. It's amazing, just amazing what you guys have done.
Hey, thank you, and listen, give my regards to Polo. Yeah.
All right, see you later now. Polo, I wonder how he's doing. Big wife of his.
He's hiding behind her.
Adriana, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Adriana.
Hey, how are you? I'm basically, am I on the radio?
Yeah. You sure are. You're on the air.
Oh, my. Okay, I basically am a real big O&A fan and everything, but I came home tonight. I got off of work late, and at 7 o'clock, everybody was supposed to go outside with a candle and everything, and I just saw an enormous amount of people from just my town just go out with candles and everything, and it kind of just brought me to just write down some thoughts, and I hope this isn't too cheesy, but I just kind of wanted to share it with everybody.
Yeah.
I guess I should go ahead, huh?
Yeah, go ahead. Feel free, Adriana.
Oh, thanks.
That's fine.
Okay, in this great tragedy, we have come together as one. In a horrific crisis, we have united as one. We have bowed to our knees today in prayer and remembrance of those lost as one. But I can't help to ponder